He's not feeling okay. He was hoping that the meeting can be hybrid. We'll see if he cannot connect from home. Member Miso has got a funeral today. Member Siteka is on her way here, Chairperson. Member Lien Diacher has got a similar situation with Member Litswalo. So she will connect as soon as they've sorted out the hybrid connection, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Honorable members, there is an apology for your acknowledgement and noting.
Honorable Chair.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me also take this opportunity to introduce honorable members who are here with me today. As I've already introduced myself, MPL Disebo Tlebere, the chairperson of this portfolio committee. On my left is the chair of chairs of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Is the chair of chairs who's also a member of this portfolio committee, Honorable Adams. And on my right here, Honorable Ndlovu, Tulani Ndlovu, who's also the chair of the Infrastructure Portfolio Committee, but is also a member of this Portfolio Committee of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. So we have come here today. I will now give Honorable Ndlovu to outline to all of you as to why we are here.
Thanks, Chairperson. Ngicela ukuma for 1 minute ngizohlala phansi. Yes. In legislature sikhuluma sihleli phansi. Mara nginokungayijwayeli mangiqala. So ngicela ningixolele ngizohlala phansi but ngicela ukusukuma for manje. Sanibonani. Greetings to yourself, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to yourself, Chair. Community of Johannesburg and the department and its entity, the GFC and their partner, which is the Federation. Greetings to all. My duty is just to start by laying out the purpose of the meeting. But before I do that, I normally take the stakeholders through our work. We used to have a very strong outreach program in the legislature to such that when we went to community meetings, community will be already prepared of why we are coming and what is the expectation. But these things, the unit itself is a bit suffering. So we use this time to also share with the community so that there is a better understanding. We are a portfolio committee on sports, arts, culture and recreation. Our work is to do oversight over the department, which is the administration and the implementing kind of an agent. How do we work with the department? The department comes to us and present their annual performance plans on annual basis. We should do every year. They would come to us, present that this year, this is what we think we can do. We then agree that it's fine, this is approved. Where we question. And once then it is approved, then we during the year, monitor if the department commitments are actually happening, one, but two, if they are spending the money correctly, because everything that we approve has a budget. When they present plans, it's not just plans, it's plans with budget. So the budget that we approve, we then monitor it, because it's not their budget, but it's your budget, meaning imali yabantu. So we then monitor that you said you were going to give a Makita 100 to these communities. Can we get that report? You said in your Katucha, can we get that report? Nitenyo Pama Athlete 1, 2, 3, 4, can we get that report? Nitenyo Ngetama Games so I6, can we get those reports? So that is our relation with the department. And there are new changes in the legislature in relation to the petition system. Before you would write to legislature when you want to petition the department, any government department, including municipalities and even national sometimes, would get those petitions. And with the changes that the petitions have, that the Act has presented, that now you don't start by going to legislature when you want to petition government. You start at the department. And when you don't find happiness, you can then come to legislature. The reason why that was done was to avoid to and fro. Because previously when you went to legislature, legislature could not do anything besides calling the department. So they will call the department, engage, call you, engage, and so it becomes a to and fro. So now we are saying, engage the department, maybe your issues might be solved. But if you're saying, I've engaged the department but I've not find happiness, then you come to legislature, to the petition section, we then take up your issue, of which the issue would already be known by the said department where you are petitioning to. So we do all these things to try and close the gap of working together, but also open the working relations between our people and the departments. Because most of the times you will just come to legislature and at the end of the day, legislature does not implement anything, but it's an oversight body. So that is why we have opened direct links to departments, so that if you have issues with Department of Sports, you write the petitions direct to them. If then you are saying, no, they have not assisted my petition, then you can then come to legislature, to the petition standing committee, so that they can deal with your petition. And obviously they deal with it differently because you would have already said you are not finding happiness from the department, which then changes even the approach on how the legislature will work with your petition. But today's session, why are we here today? I thought I must just explain that because I think it's important. It then assists when even you present your arguments or your questions that we are here. We might have been introduced that we are chair of infrastructure, but we are here as a sports portfolio committee. So we can't be dealing with issues relating to education or issues relating to health or issues relating to roads, because those departments are not here. The department that is here is the one that we are doing oversight over, which is the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. And the purpose of today's meeting in the main is aimed at looking at the programs implemented by the department in the region or in the corridor or in the municipality. So the department will be presenting to us what they are planning to do or what they have done in Johannesburg as it relates particularly to the 2026-27 financial year. We do this to assess the impact of service rendered by the department on the ground and whether there is value for money. So that is the reason why we are here today, so that the department then presents to us and the community of Johannesburg what is it that they are doing in this municipality or in this region or in this corridor, and what are their plans moving forward, so that when we do oversight, you are also aware of what is it exactly that the government is doing in Johannesburg as it relates to the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So that is the purpose of the meeting. So they will be presenting their case to us, and then we are going to open for engagement so that you engage what is it that they are doing in Johannesburg. Ngicabanga ukuthi siyezwana and icacile. So the process of when we speak in meetings like this, the chairperson would have already declared the venue as the legislature precinct, which then means this meeting is run like we are in the legislature. So we follow rules of the legislature. So when we speak, when the time comes, you will stand up and say, no, I'm Tulani Dlovu, I'm from Gauteng Boys Football Club. I'm the chairman. The club is based in Alexandra. This is my question. But at least the question must also be speaking to the presentations. Those that do not speak to the presentations but still speak to sports, arts, culture and recreation are also welcomed, because the department is here. They may also be able to respond. But critically focus on the presentation. We don't want a situation whereby the presentation is done, and then Tulani stands up, asks about Gauteng, which is not part of the presentation, is fine. Tulani is responded to on Gauteng, but no one asks about the presentation. And when we come next time and say we came and presented 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the department said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to you, you did not have questions, you would have forgotten, because you would have not focused on the issues that we are dealing with today. So ngiyacela ukuthi imbuzo ivumelekile yonke, as long as it has to deal with the department, but critically and of importance is that it must deal with the presentation. Ngiqede lapho ngithanda ukubonga ngibiza i-department Ntatenawa to come to front, and then obviously you are going to be leading the department. You will introduce obviously the senior leadership that is here, and also then assist us to introduce the presenter, and then we are taken through the presentation. Normally, as the portfolio committee would have called the MEC, but as the chair has indicated that the MEC has this 46-day plan of visiting all townships or all areas in the province. So today, the program unfortunately is continuing, and it had long been arranged, and it's somewhere in Sidibeng, so he's attending to that program. You know, when he attends to that program, he does the education program in the morning and does the sports program in the day. So he's in Sidibeng, and the apology has been sent and agreed to. And without any waste of time, let me hand over to you, Ntate now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the committee, members of the committee, government officials, senior officials of the department, different federations that are represented in Central Corridor, members of the community, athletes, and community at large. Let me take this opportunity to greet all of you with the understanding that we are here to report and give feedback on what the department is doing. I take for granted that English can help us to communicate to all, and interpreters will help us to understand. Before Chair, we go to the presentation, let me indicate that the essence of the department, Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, the intention of it is to combine and create social cohesion, create happiness in our communities, whether through sports, arts, culture, and unite South Africans as a whole. So it's a department that is meant to build social cohesion. Social cohesion means coming together as South Africans, whether we are colored, we are Indians, we white or South Africans, we should combine. In our communities, we should also appreciate our different cultures, whether uMotswana, uMsotho, uMxhosa, uMzulu, uMshangana, any culture we should appreciate and build up a common South Africa. So when we receive a budget from the legislature approved, mosebetsi wa rona ko etsa sure tšhelete kaofela e tla re thusa go kopanya batho ba South Africa ka sports le ka mosebetsi wa etsa ka culture le ka art. So Chair, ne ke ba ke kopile hore just to indicate hore ntho e tlo representang tshwantse re thusa ho sebetsa hore re kopanye batho ba South Africa kaofela mo Gauteng le kaofela. Re na le di-corridor tse 5 tse leng hore di etsa sure every part ya Gauteng e coverile. Mo re leng teng mona ke Central Corridor. E tshwere ke mme ke Mamashudu tlase mane. O na le batho ba sebetsang le yena hore re etse sure re support the sports facilities re a maintainer. Mosebetsi ya arts and culture ra ruta re a supporta hore ho nne le thothoetso mo makeisheneng kaofela a rona. So that's the essence of why we have to ensure that everywhere where we are, ho na le ntho e bitswang ke footprint. West Rand re na le corridor mane ba bitsa West Corridor, ko Ikurileng re na le corridor le yone e bitswa East Corridor, Tshwane mane e bitswa North Corridor, mo re leng teng mona ke Central Corridor. Mosebetsi o moholo wa teng gore ho na le batho ba ba hirilweng hore ba sebetse ko ba identify di federations ba sebetse le tsona. Ho na le federation e holo mona, ho na le president ya yona ke o le ka thoko le yena mosebetsi wa yo moholo o thusa hore ba support rena re supporta bone ba support di federations. Re ba nela tjhelete and ensure that ba support ora ke soccer ke netball ke rugby. Mosebetsi o moholo ke hore ba re thusa ho supporta kgolo le ho identify talent e tswang ka tlase e uswang hodimo. So ke mosebetsi o moholo. Ntho tse tshwanang le bo city to city marathon re teng mo ra thusa, Soweto marathon re teng mo ra thusa, mo le batlang hore re thuse teng ra thusa hore o etsa mosebetsi o etsahale. Hangata tjhelete re fuwang yone ke hore etse sure e cover dintho tse kaofela hore batho ba pushehe ba ye ka hodimo. Yeah, so ke ntho e leng hore everywhere le West Rand mane ba na le marathon wa bone le city to city ke Ikurileng ke Tshwane part of Johannesburg, so le bone ba coverwa mo. Ntho tse tshwanang le bo di derby ga una le ball department ya tsena mo thusa hore ba ka etsa jwang ba bua le masepala Gauteng hore o sa ba le dintwa. So everything that we think we can do a bit. Ka usane ho na le rugby department ya lahlela le mo ba bitsa Rugby South Africa. We have just signed that for the next three months of the rugby. They have an international games. We have just sent 2 million rands to help for the rugby must grow. But araba thusi fela le bona ra ba botsa hore re kopa le thuse ba ka class ntho ba bitswang transformational or developmental games ba ba thuse le bona ba hole mo. So there's a lot of work that government does. The biggest problem is sometimes budget does not cover all the things that people want to see, but the little that we want to do. So we give account also not on the big events. We also need to identify local people who are talented that must be supported to move forward. I.e., only some just schools, how do we help them to grow? Drama, theater. We have just been helping Market Theater on their 60th birthday, anniversary of the Market Theater. We also are helping there. We also are doing work on the choirs. So it's a lot of other things that we think in small pieces we can contribute. We have also asked sports infrastructure maintenance to work. They have done some work on Patalatsan. We have said they must go assess what can we do. Mosoweto, what can we do? What can we do in major projects? So the point, Chair, that I want to make is that we have a commitment to help as much as we could and give reports. We have also said the department must not only give attention to big names, they must also go search for talents on the ground and make it work better to grow. In the reading program on the libraries, we said they must also go to the Sunday school churches and check who can we teach to help kids to know how to. So we don't only work with schools, we should also identify organs, NGOs in the community that teach people how to read after class programs. we should go there and help them to know how to read and make sure that our programs are relevant to the people that are engaged. So we are not going to be just on the middle, we should penetrate the ground. And that's why we have developed a program called It Takes a Village to grow a child. So all of us must work together to build young people to grow up and identify them. One program that we have agreed for this year, we need to work very closely with municipalities, and so that we can share the resources of maintenance, particularly sports infrastructure maintenance. How do we make sure that the courts, the fields are built up, and including community courts? We have agreed that this year we are going to look for money outside government to build the community courts in all the schools, so that we can also do that. We have just employed 52 sports coordinators. We are going to send them to schools and help the schools to do better in how they are going to deliver sports. So it's a program that needs all of us to do it. Not only government can fulfill this responsibility, we do need that society comes in with us to deliver a better off. I was saying to members of the department that we should also not be biased to townships. We should also go to neighboring townships. Indian townships must also know that this government, and we should be able to touch them. We should also touch the colored kids in El Rado, Tukomsres, and everywhere where we should be. We should also go look for white kids who are professionals and be able to identify, because this department can't only say social cohesion, but it only focuses in a narrow township program. So it must be a department that goes around and search talents everywhere and deliver all the kids from the street. One program that I want to close with, Chair, which we also should give account about, is the Film Commission. The Film Commission is here, the CEO and the team are here. We've asked them that they must go tell the right stories, produce them in film about townships where people come from, identify legends of this province, write stories about them, produce the stories, and make sure that the Film Commission is not only there, it's also part of the social economic development, appreciation of where people, there's good stories of the people, who are these people, where they come from there, and we can produce legends and stories that we should hear about them. And I'm sure they will have to speak about what stories are we going to say. This year, we were celebrating the 50th anniversary of the June 16. We also said, tell the story about what has happened. We must research and bring the story. Later this year, we'll have the 70th anniversary of the women's movement. We also said, please tell us about the story of why women and the struggles of women, and not of a party, the story of women. Don't tell us about a particular political party. Tell us about the story, the struggles of women that should be appreciated, because we can't build a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic South Africa without proper stories being told. So in essence, we are saying the department must be a glue that brings South Africans together. Yesterday, we spent some time in the airport. If you see that whole lineup that we put there as a department to say, let's appreciate Bafana coming back. We also support yesterday the cricket ladies lost in the semi-finals, but we are also behind there. So the department must also say, how do we develop cricket in the townships? Last year, we also said there was a Leaf Golf here. How do we develop golf in the townships? Not only in Soweto, everywhere. This is the only township that has a golf course so far is Soweto. How do we ensure that we can open golf courses everywhere to ensure that kids everywhere can have access to golf? Because in essence, and I want to conclude, Chair, we're dealing here with access. If we can resolve access, the problem will be resolved. Allow kids to have access, allow South Africans to have access, and when they have access, the issues are resolved. So the essence of the department is to open, create access to all, for us to develop together. Chair, may I invite Mr. Ndlovu to do a presentation, and the department will be able to take questions at the later stage. Mr. Ndlovu, may I do so? Thank you, Chair.
Modisane, please stand up with your team. Thank you very much. GFC, please stand up with your team. We'll move straight to the presentation, Chair and honorable members. The slides that we see, it gives just a highlight of where we are, giving an estimate of around 1.9 million that are residing in this area in the city of Johannesburg. We have Region D, I think about 38 wards, and we give them just the geographical, blueprints, the areas, the activities that are happening in the area and the strategic areas in this particular region where we are. But when we implement these programs that I have indicated, program 2, 3, and 4, what is it that we seek to achieve, Chair and honorable members, HOD and stakeholders? What we seek to achieve as the impact of these programs as I go to present them, we want to reach thousands of young people through sports and recreation, and we are going to demonstrate as I present how we're going to do that, mainly in this particular area, what we have planned and what we have done in the previous financial year or in the previous quarter. We seek to expand participation in arts, culture, and heritage activities. That is a program that through the colleagues that we have seen, and then we are going to do that presentation. We seek to increase library usage and digital literacy. So Ms. Baloy and the team are definitely responsible for ensuring that the communities do receive, library and archival services. And we're going to demonstrate how we plan to do and the work that we have done in the previous financial year in the quarter that just ended 2 days ago. Support community artists and creative enterprises, promote social cohesion and active citizenship. And this is the point that the HOD underscore, that we have a responsibility as a department to promote social cohesion and nation building. So the programs that we do implement in the main are mainstream to ensure that we achieve this particular outcome and deliver programs in formal and informal communities to reduce inequality. Our expected outcome is that we have divided them into 3, where we've got the social outcomes, where we seek to promote social cohesion. Our programs are intended to ensure that we reduce crime and we develop youth and to promote active citizenry. And in terms of economic activities, we do promote job creation. The HOD has clearly indicated that we have just appointed 52 sports coordinators. So that is a demonstration of our commitment to make sure that we contribute to the call of job creation in the province and in the country as a whole. To promote creative industries growth, small businesses development and skills development through different trainings that we provide, and you will definitely see as we make a presentation. And we focus on the development outcomes, that inclusive communities, improved quality of life through different programs that we offer, mainly in the sport and recreation, and to ensure that public spaces are safer and to promote community participation. Now, what have we planned for Creative Arts program 2? We have planned in this region with premier social cohesion arts programs, and we have, you would note there, an amount of 1.2 million has been secured or ring-fenced for the implementation of this particular output, indicate that it's exactly in Uncle Tom's. This is intended to be implemented from July, that is quarter 2, and then we indicate who the responsible person is and where are we now. So in terms of this, we are at advanced stages to make sure that we finalize mainly the appointment or the recruitment of adjudicators to assist the department to roll out this particular problem. Key for you to note, it's how much have we allocated for your area. You'll note that 1.2 million it's earmarked or budgeted for this particular region. And you would see the activities there will be focusing on dance, drama, poetry, music, and performing arts. So we do invite yourselves to ensure that you participate fully to these programs. And then what else we're going to do is performing arts capacity building. Colleagues would recall that, stakeholders will recall that earlier on I spoke of providing training. So we provide capacity building in the performing arts, and it will happen in the same area. The venue you note there, it's Uncle Tom's as well, planned to take place in quarter 3. And Corridor Arts Festival, we are planning to ensure that we have the Corridor Arts Festival in this particular area, and the activities will include performing arts and arts exhibition, visual arts and craft. Visual arts and craft, we are going to throw make this is where we target the elders to make sure that we don't only deal with the youth, but involve the other sector of our society to make sure that you do participate in them. And these are the areas that we have indicated, Naledi, Deep Kloof. I'm not going to read through all the names there, but they are there, the areas that we have targeted to implement these programs. Another output indicator, it talks to the provincial community arts development programs that we are going to support in this area. So we are going to be focusing on community arts centers, and this will be implemented right from quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 of the 26-27 financial year, and then this is where it's going to be taken place. So that 1.2 million that I have spoken to really takes care of these programs that one has already indicated. In terms of schools that will be supported to participate in arts integrated programs, we have got a budget of 400,000 overall for this particular corridor. This is where different schools, are identified to really participate in arts integrated programs. We implement this particular program in partnership or in collaboration with the Department of Education. So here we are, Ms. Kia, I'm sure that you'll be very visible with Mama Shudu to make sure that there's integration and this particular program is implemented. So the plan there is to implement right from now till the end of the financial year. So school kids are invited, the names of the school areas there are indicated, and the different kinds of activities that will be happening in the arts and culture programs. We do implement as well school sport programs through Ntate Mudisani, that's program 4. We have a budget of just below 5 million. That is intended to, I've indicated that there's the budget allocated for the implement ago. We have completed the Winter Games, and then the other programs we are currently planning. So if you are interested, you'll definitely touch base with the colleagues that are indicated. The names are indicated there to ensure that your school or your children do participate. A non-fee paying school supported to participate in the Wednesday League. You'd know that almost all non-fee paying schools are found in our previously disadvantaged communities. So an amount of 1.3 million has been set aside to ensure that we provide equipment and attire in Region D so that our children do participate in different sporting activities with the required equipment and attire. And where are we now? We are still finalizing the procurement of those. You can see that planning in progress, but I'm sure that if you touch base with Mama Shudu, she'll be able to give you further details in this regard. In terms of recreation programs, an output indicator that talks to active sport and recreation activities in communities, we have set aside a budget of 2.2 million to ensure that we implement community games, The activities there will relate to the support of Kwamahlobo community games, Tsalanang, Zamazama, different community games that we provide. And then we have indicated as to how they are going to be implemented there. And then for Q1, we have already implemented, we have achieved what we had planned for in Q1. And then in terms of the active sport and recreation activities, communities will focus on the aerobics marathon, and then these are the venues that are provided: hiking, fun walks, runs and parks, and these are the dates and the venues in this particular region where these will be implemented. We will, I think let's focus on the Premier Social Cohesion Games, and about 2 million as well has been set aside for the Sport for Social Change. And you look at the activities that we are going to be implemented there. So you'll see that in terms of this one, we're going to work with the Johannesburg correctional centers. So yeah, we are currently planning for the implementation, but different activities in relation to Sport for Social Change will be taking place in this particular region. Indigenous games, 178,000 has been set aside where different, recreational games will be played. Koko, Dibeke, Diketo, Nchuba, Mrabaraba, all these kind of recreational activities. So that is an amount that has been set aside for this particular region. And recreation festivals organized for elderly people. As I indicated, that our focus is not only on youth, but we do take care of the different, age spectrum that we have in society. So that we have set aside a budget of 94 million for the implementation of festivals organized for elderly people. Sport development and coordination. Here we're focusing on training people, on supporting people who do learn to swim programs. So here, the budget, I think it resides with the head office, but we provide the services through the Soweto Swimming Club and provide the services. So those of you who have children who wants to learn to swim, Mama Gada, the Central Corridor are here to assist you, especially our young, our youth, especially young children who may not have the swimming skills. Local community clubs supported, 1.8 million has been set aside to provide local community clubs with support, and those are the sporting codes. It can be rugby, tennis, basketball, hockey, volleyball, chess, netball, football, boxing, swimming. So those are the different sporting codes that this 1.8 million will provide support for. And the local community support club supported to participate in competitions. The head office takes care of the budget, but we work very closely with different corridors that we have in the province. And then in terms of clubs provided with equipment and attire, this is a sector indicator. We have a budget of 756,000 to provide equipment and attire for this area. A number of people trained to deliver club development programs. We train people that assist us for the implementation of our programs, and then an amount of 358,000 has been set aside for capacity building for club development. And local leagues supported. There are different leagues in different communities. So we have put aside an amount of 594,000 to ensure that we provide local leagues with support, and we indicate there the kind of leagues that we support: athletics, rugby, chess, hockey, and the kind of support that we provide. It's transport, medical, stipends, venues, and stuff like anything outside. We do not, because we are guided by what the DORA Act indicates. We do implement library programs, Honorable Chair, members, and reading programs, and the HOD made an undertone on this particular one. We have a budget of about 50,000. This we have implemented. We spent about 50,000 in terms of the community library launch, which took place in Sizwe Sethu Center in Johannesburg. So this target has been achieved, and 500,000 was used for the provincial Born to Read program in Hector Peterson, and 300,000 was used for district Funda Mzansi competition. All these programs did take place around the city of Johannesburg. You may not necessarily be here, some of them. So this was about book clubs competition, and we spent about 100,000 for primary spelling bee competition, which took place in Orange Farm. And 100,000 for coding and robotics. 150,000 will be used for family reading, as well as 100,000 will be used for spelling bee competition. All these are still under planning, we have not implemented, and 150,000 will be used for robotics competition. So we're moving with time to ensure that our kids, as well, are able to compete in the international platform. So 200,000 as well is for Born to Read build-up programs that will take place in Orange Farm, and 100,000 as well has been set aside for debate workshops, and these are the areas that we have indicated: Alexander, Innerdale, Cosmos, Soweto, and yeah. But then in terms of the support that we provide to local emerging authors, writers that are emerging in different societies, we've budgeted 450,000, where we're going to have a book launch and then book promotion, authors engagement. So different authors will then be invited to come and interact, to come and share wisdom, and different subject experts are invited to deliver, or to advise or to motivate them on how to grow in that profession. And a book fair has a budget of about 450,000, where there's a showcasing of books by publishers, authors, and best booksellers. So this will take place in city of Johannesburg in Linksfield. So you therefore note that there is much work that the department is doing. And then in terms of the archives that is in Kagiso, in the province we only have got one archives, and it's in Kagiso. So there we have the oral, history programs where families, are invited. If you've got a family story, then you want to go and tell, then you go there, and then you've got colleagues that will really assist you to tell your story, narrate your story, help you archive it, so that even generations to come, when they want to know your history, they can go there and ask for that profile of your family. So we have about 320,000 for preservation of clan names, so that our children later in future, even when we are not there, they can at least go there and get the information about the history of their family. And public awareness programs conducted about archives. So we've got about 250,000 to drive the campaign to make people aware that there is an archive in Kagiso that you can go and use and archive all your documents. Just to cite a story, Chair, there is a lady who divorced years back, and she did not know where her divorce decree was, only to find that the divorce decree at some point was at our archive, and then she was able to get the divorce decree there. So that's how important this archive is, where we take our documents and make sure that we put them there. What have we achieved so far, Chair and honorable members, is that in terms, this is the 26-27, that's Q1 that started in April, May, and June. So in this 26-27 financial year, we have already covered 3 months. So we are continuing now in July. This is the first month of Q2. So we have successfully hosted the district and regional, school competitions in this particular area, and I've reported about that earlier on. We are finalizing the appointment of adjudicators to make sure that we implement the programs, and an implementation of multidisciplinary arts programs, different programs we have implemented in the area, and then we have strengthened stakeholder partnership through completion of community arts centers and Region D, and successfully roll out arts programs across, the 3 indicators that I have spoken to earlier on, and stakeholders collaboration in program implementation, And we have implemented as well the local emerging authors workshop in Randburg in the city of Johannesburg, and collaborated with the city of Johannesburg for the Mobi Readathon competition in the University of Johannesburg, the Soweto branch. Chair, here we're just highlighting all the programs, not necessarily for Q1, but in the previous financial year. What is it that we have done in this particular region? The district won the overall inaugural Johannesburg School Sport League that consisted of 7 sporting codes in August 2025, and Donaldson Primary School from the same municipality won the School Sport League, and it further qualified for the provincial K Mutsipe Schools Cup, further won the provincials and qualified for the National Schools Mutsipe Cup. The district, together with the province, hosted a successful Champion League 3 at Muletsana Sports Complex. So the Jabulani Technical School won the inaugural Provincial Schools Rugby Tournament in partnership with Kanyile Projects. The region finished in second place at the 2025 Corridor Indigenous Games, hosted at Peterson Park Multipurpose Center. And then the Central Corridor Indigenous Game structure was officially re-established. Then we further provided support to 8 community arts tournaments during the festive season. And these tournaments have impacted communities, boost local economies, as well as a lot of players in Premier Social Leagues were discovered in these games. And the Joburg Netball achieved position 2 in under 19. Golden Lions under 16 as well. Team won the Girls Academy held at the Queenside. And we've got Xolisa Kuzwayo, a Soweto Eagles player who was selected to represent Springbok women at the 2025 rugby in England. And then we installed facial recognition in the following 10 libraries: Deep Sloot, Orange Farm, Senten, this all in the city of Johannesburg. So the facial recognition, it's this tool that as you walk into the library, it captures you, it informs us to say that there is now we can tell how many people have accessed a particular library. So when we need to know the usage of the library, we use this facial recognition. So launch the library integrated system at Jabavu Library, and we implemented 3-letter spelling bee for ECDs in Orange Farm and Kibla Park, implemented the oral history program on family clan and Tsakani Primary School in Chiawelo, and collaborated with COJ for the opening of the Johannesburg City Library, and implemented Mzansi Library online to 5 libraries: the Johannesburg City, Florida, Emden, Rivali, Alex, and Alex Children's Session. Thank you very much. That's the work that the department has prepared for the presentation today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndlovu. We are not related, me and Mr. Ndlovu. Even if you can go in the archive center there, you will not find that linkage. So I thought I must just make it clear. I think we are going to take the entity of the department called the Gauteng Film Commission now. Thank you. GFC, please come. Itlatlobula CEO. Itlatlobula.
Dumelang community Pimville. Dumelang. Wonderful. We will be presenting the programs Sarona that have been earmarked for the community. And we will also be sharing programs that we have implemented, the funding that we have allocated for not only this community, but the stakeholders, the GFC overall. We'll be presenting a number of initiatives that will be rolling out, amongst others, it will be the incubation hub that we believe will help the filmmakers access the market. We'll also be presenting the collaborations that we have entered into that we believe will grow the film industry. But we'll also be talking about the master classes that we have taken a lead of as GFC that are increasing awareness and as well as providing necessary skills from experts and so forth. We'll be talking more about the productions that we have implemented and will be implementing in Q2. As we close our presentation, we'll also take you through the processes and initiatives that we are planning for Q3 and Q4 so that the stakeholders overall can be able to apply. But we'll also be talking to you about some of the challenges that we are encountering in our funding processes that do not allow or enable most of the funding to take through or to be funded. Out of every 100 applications, more GFC, we find that 80% decline because of compliance. And the 20 that we end up funding, when we've got to contract, rebal motat, with regards to the tax compliance that it provides us, which affect service delivery overall. And we are hoping that after this presentation, we'll then have some level of agreement on how we can work together with you, making sure we are compliant and also having attendance of the roadshow and various activations that we are part of. Because as GFC, we do not take pleasure in declining applications. It is our view that we would like to see new filmmakers being funded year in and year out. With that, I will allow Meg to present and we'll take questions thereafter. Thanks, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the HOD, the CEO, as well as senior managers present, but in particular, a warm welcome to our community, Greater Johannesburg. My name is Mek Mokhoba. I am the senior manager at the Gauteng Film Commission. And before we indeed take you through the areas that have been outlined by the Chief Executive, we would just want to show you some of the services that we provide as the Gauteng Film Commission, because indeed we are an entity of the department, but we do not have regional offices, and we are mindful that our services might not indeed be known by the greater community. So if I can ask the technical team to play the video so that indeed it does help to highlight some of the services that the GFC has. Thank you. Our creatives that are here and those that you would know, you can just indeed give them a nudge or indicate to them of the opportunities that would be coming so that they can indeed apply on time, and then they'll be able to either attend the various workshops or even apply for equipment, or as well as also festival support. Just in brief, in terms of the Gauteng Film Commission, it's been in existence for over 20 years, and it is an entity under the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, mandated to grow the audiovisual sector. This is really a broad mandate, and we are indeed cognizant of that, and that's why part of our strategic objectives in this current financial year is to list the entity as a fully registered entity, so that we can have additional funds, but also we will be able to partner with other entities or get other donor funding. In terms of our vision, it is indeed to be a champion of a transformed, sustainable, and dynamic audiovisual industry that celebrates the diverse cultures of Gauteng. I think that HOD in his opening remarks alluded that we do need to be able to showcase the different cultures that are here in Gauteng from our various ethnic groups, but also highlight this in a visual effect so that indeed these stories can travel to the world. And I think we've seen some of the key programs that are indeed doing well on Netflix, so that indeed it just shows the South African story is able to travel. In terms of just the strategic mandate for the Johannesburg City region, we are mindful that as part of the township economy, we've also taken the baton of indeed supporting projects that are being implemented within the TISH areas, which is our townships, informal settlements, as well as hostels, whether it is indeed through screenings and other festivals that we would support. In terms of youth development, this is one of our key empowerment areas. We have prioritized groups such as the youth, women, and people living with disability in all our applications. We've also taken a stance to say we are wanting to ensure that we support projects that have also got the digital animation as well as VR-related projects, so that they are indeed able to support the growing digital economy. As the Gauteng City region, it takes quite a large number of the equity in terms of representation, as well as applications that we receive. I will go through some of these stats with you as we go to the next slide. Just in terms of the program overview, we've been able to see the festivals and which are supported through our audience, as well as through our audience development initiatives. These comprise of community screenings, film festivals, as well as other public showcase initiatives. For the year, we are due to support 6 projects, and so far we've supported 3 within the city of Johannesburg. In terms of skills development, we have both accredited and non-accredited programs. For the accredited programs, we've been able to support 4 from the city of Johannesburg, and currently we are just going through the final verification of those projects, whereby we will be indeed announcing and contracting those projects in the coming week. In terms of enterprise development, for the year we are due to support 20. We have had a number of applications in the past call, and 4 have been indeed recommended from the city of Joburg. When we talk about enterprise development, we are talking about the equipment support that we have, which is various packages, our our camera and lighting packages. We have our animation and edit suite. And lastly, we also have the drone equipment. These all are on application and per motivation, and we are targeting youth-related companies for these projects. So that's part of the criteria that we use to indeed evaluate and to approve those projects. There will be another opportunity for those to apply in the coming quarter. In terms of production support, we've been able to, out of the 10 projects that were due to be supported in this current quarter call out, we have been able to see that 7 out of those projects come from the city of Johannesburg. Also part of production support, we do have a post-production facility. This is a free service editing facility which is housed within our office, which I'll share details of before we finish, whereby you book and you call into the GFC and request to edit your content, and we will be able to give you this service free of charge. We have been planning to roll these out in other regions as well, within Tshwane as well as in the West Corridor. Then in terms of marketing and distribution, we are aware this is also one of the other key areas where our projects that we develop don't seem to be able to get to the necessary main broadcast platforms. We are then working with various broadcasters such as the SABC. We have engaged Netflix as well to also take on some of the content or to do a co-production that would be indeed with projects that are coming from Gauteng. Then lastly, you would have also seen from the permits facilitation, you would have seen on the video that the China Mall is just one of the locations that we have. We have various locations and we work with various authorities within the various municipalities within Gauteng, and a large number of productions and permits that the Gauteng Film Commission facilitates come from Johannesburg or are projects related, whether it's commercial shoots, it is documentaries and short films, and as well as feature films are taking place within Johannesburg. Just to share with the community at large that we subscribe to a 3-tier program or a system where we structure various applicants through either Tier 1, which is our established content creators who would have need indeed to showcase that and prove as part of their submission that they have been able to have or produce at least 3 to 5 theatrical or projects that have gone to theatrical release. In terms of Tier 2, these are our intermediate or medium filmmakers that would have indeed demonstrate extensive experience and have had at least 1 to 3 projects. Then in terms of Tier 3, which houses a lot of our applicants, our emerging filmmakers who are either from indeed graduates and just new into the industry, so that indeed they are able to also have an opportunity to enter the main sector. Then in terms of the master classes and workshops that we've been able to implement, and I've just highlighted some of the areas where we've been able to implement these: the production accounting masterclass, the location scouting workshop, as well as alternative distribution. These have all been taking place within the city of Joburg. And then recently we've also had the business of microdrama masterclass, because this is also a new category that we have and we are supporting, and we are well aware that this is as part of the vertical content creation that you find on your phones, the short content that we indeed consume on a daily basis. We are then supporting the creation of these short stories as they are indeed gaining traction and they are being consumed a lot. There will be a call out for additional masterclasses, so please indeed look out, and we have kept these at 100,000 Rand each. Then in terms of accredited training, just to share the number of the projects that are indeed been implemented, most are indeed out of the 5, 4 are within the city of Joburg, which is FDM Academy, Skills Development Training, the AI, as well as Edit Without Limits. So these projects are indeed all being implemented either in this quarter or in the next quarter within the city of Joburg. Then in terms of supporting major festivals within the Gauteng city region, we have seen that indeed most of these festivals are taking place within the city of Joburg, whether it is the Joburg Film Festival, the Soweto International Film Festival, the Africa Rising Film Festival, and the more recent one, the Animate Here, which is an animation festival which will be taking place here in Soweto. Then for the upcoming projects that we've received for audience development that are also being finalized for approval and verification, we are supporting the Oh Dear Audience Development, the Avi Josie International Film Festival, and Fagugesi Digital Innovation Festival. These are indeed big festivals that indeed will take place over a number of days, whether largely within the city of Joburg, in the CBD, in and around. And we do encourage all our young content creators to follow these festivals and apply for access, as indeed you create great opportunities in terms of knowledge, but also networking and opportunity for forward. Then in terms of production support, we are indeed happy to also indicate that there is still a large number of projects that we are funding coming from the city of Joburg. I'd indicated 7 out of the 10 are coming from the city of Joburg. Within the feature films, both of them, as per our target, are coming from the city of Joburg. The animation, we are having 1 project that is being supported from the city of Joburg and 1 from city of Tshwane. In terms of documentaries and short, this will be coming out in the next call out. Then our emerging content, both of these are coming from the city of Joburg. And then the digital content, these are also supporting the web series that we also are mindful it is also a new form of content creation that we are supporting. One is coming from the city of Joburg and 1 from the West Corridor. In terms of the micro drama, we are having a call that will be coming out, so please do look out for that as we are anticipating a number of applications for this exciting new category. Then in terms of cultural and heritage, we have supported 1 from the city of Joburg and 1 from city of Tshwane. Then in closing, we are indeed mindful that in terms of economic growth and sustainability, we are wanting to ensure that we support our SMMEs with the necessary, whether it is access to facilities, access for youth to engage and get knowledge through the master classes, as well as also being able to preserve our culture and heritage through the productions that we support. As indicated, you can get involved through attending the festivals that we've highlighted. in the various regions within Gauteng. Please do follow us on social media. I will share our details before closing the presentation. But most importantly, please apply and ensure that you are compliant so that you are indeed able to have a competing chance to be recommended and approved, because this is really a very competitive space. We, as the Chief Executive indicated, a large number of our projects are either non-compliant, but even those that are compliant, we are only able to take a handful. We'll be able to take whether it is 2 or up to 5 projects per category. It is also important for those who are interested in really capacity building to join and support and attend the master classes that we publicize, and as part of indeed our skills development program. And lastly, we do also support various exhibitions that take place in various community engagement. We've recently just had the Youth Day. There were a number of exhibitions that were taking place in and around the city of Johannesburg with various entities, but led by the national and province in terms of the National Youth Day. Then lastly, we just want to highlight that we have moved offices, so we are located with the department at 5 Hollard Street in Marshalltown, and this is also where the post-production facility is available. In terms of contact details, Lina, CEO, by the power and given to me by the chair, I will ask colleagues to stand so that we are also just share some of the disciplines that we support so that we can share contact details. But our main contact details and for booking the post-production facility, you can find it on this number 011-833-0409. And in terms of finding our website, which houses a lot of our information and opportunities, you go to www.gautengfilm.org.za. And we do also publicize our opportunities. So whether it is the call for applications, whether it is workshops that will be taking place, we publicize all these on our social media. So we really encourage all those who are interested to follow us on social media, as you will then receive a notification indicating that the call is open and the closing date is that. As I do close, I would just like to indeed ask the GFC team to stand. I am here with the industry support team members, the industry support manager, Ntabeleng Pora. Please stand up, ma'am. There's also Priscilla Kolwane, who, there she is, Ntabeleng. She is our industry support manager. Priscilla Kolwane is the permit facilitation as well as project manager for production. So you will be able to engage with them afterwards. We are also here with the corporate service. We are also running an internship program, so please look out for an application. We'll be taking graduates, unemployed graduates program as part of working with the NYS, the National Youth Service, and NYDA, and we'll be indeed having that internship program being advertised in the coming week. But also an exciting one is we are also finalizing plans to have an incubation center where we will be housing digital content creators Last year, we did an e-commerce related one, whereby those who are interested in establishing e-commerce shops and distribution and learning about that and having those skills, we house them in partnership with the Chinese Cultural Center, and we are now expanding that role and having partners with other entities to take on between 10 and 20 incubatees. We will be announcing that so indeed we will also make an application for indeed those SMMEs, digital content creators who fit that particular criteria to apply so that indeed they can find support. They will be coached. And it's good to see there are live coaches here. So GFC understands that indeed to capacitate our content creators, we need to have different elements of support, whether it is on the business side, it's on the distribution side. So we will have various panel of also coaches that we will also make an application for those coaches to be appointed as part of this incubation program. Thank you, Chair and members. That is the GFC's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the department and the Film Commission as we welcome Member Sitika to the meeting. We are now going to Asikhulume. Sikhona intanga zami ngapha. Do you know Asikhulume? Yeah, Brasiza. Yeah, Brasiza. The original one. Yeah, no, the takataka di thing. Asiba chafela, le rena rite. So kinako ya Asikhulume. What we must raise and appreciate is that the department has also announced and introduced their teams that are here. So if for those who have specific questions which are not necessarily related to the presentation, you can have an engagement with them after the session. Those who do not want to raise hands, you know, there are those like Tulani who prefer writing and submission. So we take both the oral and the written submission. So if you are not a good speaker like me, but you can write your thing and submit to us. It will be taken as those that will be speaking. So I'm opening for speaking. This is how I open for speaking. There is only one round. We are not going to have 2 rounds or 3 rounds. It's for obvious reasons. We want people to speak what is in their mind, but we avoid so that is why we only take 1 round. So we are going to take 1 round of speaking, and the per person is 3 minutes. I hope you can do 1 round in 3 minutes. Yeah, it's 1 round in 3 minutes. Ne? So I hope we can do that. So I'm going to take hands and give you numbers. And I can assure you, all of you, those that will raise hands, will speak. But I will not take other hands after. Thank you. Number 1 is Brian. I used to belong to this committee in the previous year. Ne? I used to chair it in the previous term. Number 2, Zwangenda. Number 3 and 4, Abu Mama Wami Lapia. Elani Sondeleni. Number 5, Hrotman KPS Togo, South Africa. Yeah, no, it's fine. Nyenzi mistake Nzozagu. Number 6, and then number 7. Number 8, Uwe Mama. Yes, is Ngayeti Santa. Number 9, Timer Pambi. Timer, number 9. Thank you. Number 10, thank you. Number 11, Uwe Ngeskipesi Ready Fruitman. Thank you. Number 12, kunomuntu ophakamisile la. Yes, that hand. You can come to front. Angeza ngithi ngiqala ngale side. Angizokhuluma nonke. Ngawari. Number 12, you can come. Sandla ngejacket black. Yes. And then number 13, nase esinye isandla la. Yes. Number 14, number 15. Thank you. We are done this side. Yeah, ngikubalile ungasehlisa isandla. Yeah, ngikubalile. You can come. Now ngikubalile. You can come in front. And then siza ngapha manje. Number 1, ubhuti we jacket red. Number 2, the mamzo we jacket green. Ubhuti we sigqoko esi black. Number 5, usisi we jezi green. Number 6, ubhuti ophethe iphepha. Number 7, ngapha kwa opposite yena isandla esifana nesami esimnyama. Last number 8 ngesandla esigrey emuva. Siqhibeleke. Naba abantu bemasikhuluma ngithi. Yeah, yeba abantu bemasikhulume ke la. Brian, ungaqala ba. 3 minutes yakho iqala manje.
Ayikhulumi le mic. Sanibonani. Yini yakotola? Oh, ngimela. Yeah, khona ngizobheka nama official. Good. Ngifuna wona impela. Sanibonani. Igama lami nguBrian Okantombela. Ngibuya kuMalvern Athletics Club. Ngu-chairperson and the founder. Umbuzo wami nje uzoqala straight ku portfolio committee. Portfolio committee niyasifeyila. Kade nagcina ukusibona unyaka wonke ningasiboni. Senzoqala manje sinika 3 minutes. Sagcina sinonyaka singahlangani nani kodwa nizosinika 3 minutes. Understand? So siyacela ukuthi nihloniphe umphakathi onivotele ngoba nilanga amavoti ethu. Aningacabanga ukuthi nice life. Mani siletha la nisilethe emakhazeni mina nihlale esantini phuze. It's fine to say but noma ngayikhathi isikhathi sami kodwa let me tell you how I feel. Nina nihlale esantini nonza ama meeting kuma indawo emahotela thina nisilethe emakhazeni la ngoba somphakathi nifuna ivote. Number 1, benisacela iSIU report yase department bafethu. I-report yena iphelele. Number 2, i-performance department is not lento enibhale lapha ayikhulumi nathi. I think nalento bezokusikhuluma sithi niyasebenza asiyiboni. Number 3, asikaze sikhulume nge-sports amendment bill i-department portfolio committee. That's why kunenkinga engaka la ku sports. Number 4, i-gig track bafethu ayibe accessible to i-community. Namakhumbi la hleze department. Yekani kwa personalize. Number 6, anisebenzi nama department amanye njengabo Kate Sitter to give a set as skill development like Kate Sitter and anibhadali na leave. Understand? Number 7, asina access ka chief director of sports akakhulumi nathi angazi ukuthi ucabanga ukuthi uzosebenza nobani. Number 8, uMarisa sicela ukuthi aphume kupolitiki yesports benophila sande. Obahambe baye ku agriculture basiphumele department. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Zwangendaba.
Greetings, Chairman. Greetings, Chair. Greetings to the Portfolio Committee members, and greetings to the department, HOD. Greetings to you. I'm very sad that the MEC is not around. My intention was to moor the MEC firstly. Was to moor him firstly.
So you see why I said this meeting we run it like legislature. I'm avoiding some other things.
No, not mooring physically.
Yeah, no, moor, the word moor nje.
My apologies.
So language is very important.
That word.
Sure.
Through you, Chairperson, I greet all the members of the department and Chair, there's one critical issue that I would direct to you as a portfolio committee, which is relate to the budget of Gauteng Film Commission. I believe that last year we've spoken about it. Even when the former chairperson, Comrade Tulani, was still a chairman, we raised this issue. GFC does not have any funding to say, because currently you look at my project, it's costing 25 million, and they have to fund my project, and I'm always crying. I'm still waiting for that funding. However, they don't have enough funds. So therefore, we request you, Chairman, to please listen to us. We cannot come back next year and talk about the very same issue. It's so sad that the Johannesburg municipality is not around. It's so sad. The MMC of Johannesburg is not around. The director of arts and culture is not around. And therefore, we are very affected by that. Please, Chair, can you oversee that? And HOD, you are talking about us writing stories in relation to diverse of the community of Johannesburg. However, there's no budget. The critical point is that the issue of budget. Imali, ayikho imali, HOD. You know very well my issues that are related to the budget. And therefore, everything that I wanted to say, it's all about money. It's all about money, HOD. I will submit my written statement to the portfolio committee, but however, I need to emphasize the issue of money. We are currently facing challenges. I even wrote to Shoprite to grant me a grocery to sustain my family. That's so sad. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zongendaba. Number 3.
Molweni Bapati, Chairperson, with your committee. This is Nontabeko Lydia Kotliso speaking from Ward 27 in Diepkloof. I think I'm going to have 2, if not 3 issues to talk about. Unfortunately, I don't know whether should I call you the chairperson. Tulani didn't raise it, but you gave us a slot to raise what were not aligned. I think in number of IDPs we have raised what I'm going to talk about. The issue of sports ground in Zone 5. It's very dusty. Our grandchildren have taken all the fence. Now it's an open space. We have promised that it will be developed. Up to now, I can Zwando, Comrade. Even the clubhouse. Our children are going in there's no roof in that clubhouse. So please, if you are able to do so, can you please renovate it for us and upgrade our grounds? The second one will be, there in Zone 5 in Ward 26, we have a library. Can you please renovate that library for us? It doesn't look like a library. As a result, the community next to it, because it's not taken care of. It has been abandoned for what, I don't know. Sicela a renovation to that too. And then sicela futhi ukuthi upgrade in such a way ukuthi it can also create a craft for my grandchildren, because they are your children, but my grandchildren. But poor Mr. Attenbagwa has something to do. I will end up there. Thank you.
Before Zulisi Mike Mama, ngicela igama le library negama le ground.
Okay. A sports ground
ibizwa izone 5. Correct me, comrade. Diepkloof grounds. It's a zone 5.
Okay.
At Diepkloof, ne?
Okay.
And then in library, it's in Eben Kayla. Corner Eben Kayla in Nongoma Street, also in zone 5. But
Okay.
on this part of 26.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thanks. I'm doing it so that the people who are supposed to be responding don't say, where is the library, what's the name? So I'm trying to get the specific information as possible so that when the respondents start responding, at least they speak to specifics as well. Thank you very much. Number 4.
Dumelang, o yeme moki beauty pole. Let's welcome the presentations that give hope, especially to our youth, more especially if you're going to implement them. Because we've been to these gatherings and all that. But unfortunately, our leaders, you take time to implement. You have all these beautiful ideas and all that. So, re a kopa, bana ba rona re a kopa, re kopa hore le implemente. But I have 2 issues here to raise. One, I am an educator by profession. And when coming to sports, ke passion yaka, unfortunately, age has caught up with me, but I've been there. Now, the sad part about the school sports, those from the Department of Sports, is that bana ba rona mo di township schools, we've got so much talent, but talent ya bona eba at the beginning of the year, are game the athletics, eba at the beginning of the year, maybe they proceed to provincial level, and it's gonna end there. Then they should again by MLA the next year. So if you can have mentors for Banabao and mom. But what I want to know and get assurance of is, if we invite you to come and talk to them, will that be possible now? And lastly, now in closing, again, Reakopa, le refile the contact numbers and everything. Rekopa le tshwareng di phone hle. Reakopa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma Beauty. Number 5.
Sanibonani bantu abadala. Ngosphiwa kaZoltetsi. I'm the outgoing chairperson of the Soweto Football Association and the current chairperson of the Southern Zone. Which is so the way inkulu ngakhona, it's divided so that sizokwazi cater for everybody. So mina le site engiphuma kulo inedlamini sinawane Shawela Phiri Mapitla. So we've got different chairpersons who are coming from different areas. So at first I thought ukuthi ngilahlekile, but as ngihleli lana ngithole ubaba umphonawa ngezwe ukuthi at least ngathi is touching where I'm coming from. Ngoba basically from first and foremost iSoweto inkulu kangaka, we don't have a clubhouse or an office whereby we're running our football affairs. Ibhola lethu silirana from emaphutini emoto, mabu nemoto, mabu noJolisaka kusho uliteta la kuwe emqolo uhamba nalo. But we have our facilities all over lana. Mina ngiphume eDlamini sinedlamini multi-purpose center. Kodwa we don't even have the access yalapho. Kudlala ama club lapha kwaphuka iwindow, we got a letter from Ubaba region DO ngapha uPhias ukuthi we have to pay for lelo window lelo. I-window elisegroundini lishaywa ibhola egroundini, then we have to pay for that. Then I became disturbed. Sisase lapho ama facility wethu kufakwe ama palisade fence, and the disadvantage ama palisade fence amabhola wethu aphelile. I doubt ukuthi if kunomuntu owner soccer team lana unawo amabhola ayi5, we don't have ama soccer balls because of a palisade fence. Lento zakhona zibheke right egroundini, you kick the ball, bola ishayisa lapha, done. And ibhola eli1 lamampela it costs about 900 and something modlala ngelamampela, modlala ngelamadlala ke uzancenga ngalabo 400. And then ngizokhulunywa nangendaba talent identification. we have a problem whereby we have young soccer coaches land, whereby makfanele baye emakhosini course one but it's about 3,000 rands, and most of them were unemployed. So angazi ukuthi is there any whichever way ukuthi government mhlambe ngakhona ukusubsidize in one way or another, especially sports and rec, ukuthi mhlambe ngaba nayo budget yokuthi isassistele lawo ma coaches lawo, because uthola ukuthi abanye they are running ama teams abo from kuma under 9 till kuma first team. Abanye badlala ngeJezeli 1 ngizwile nje ubaba nawo mayikhumdaba ukuthi kunokuphuma iattire yebhola ini. But funny enough lawo ma tournament arunwa ama councillor wethu. Councillor indawo bakutshela ukuthi ine tournament laphana. How does a councillor run a sports tournament? Ukuthi thina we have a federation whereby we are a recognized structure, we are running a ball kodwa asinayo lento. The last time we had ilona beyiphuma from government, I think it was when we had the Gauteng Future Champions, of which we greatly appreciated that. Because in ngayo lo Future Champions, I'm from Brazil mina, manje sayiyo lo program leyo. But all of a sudden they vanished all into thin air. Ibhola lethu elirunwa ama councillor ukuthi kanjani I don't know. So ngizocela nje mina assistance kulezo zinto lezo abantu abadala.
Thank you.
And uMaphiri akadlali and akathatha istory ba.
Mangibingelele indlu igcwele isanibonani bantu abadala. Protocol observed. Igama lami nguLindiwe Khatebe. Angazi ukuthi ngisebenzise siphi isigqoko because I'm wearing many caps. But nguLindiwe Khatebe wase Orlando East Ward 31. Yazi when it comes to sports, sizwisa ubuhlungu isports emalokishini wethu. Sicela ukukhuluma ngeSoweto ngoba ngibuye eSoweto. Sicela ukuyihlanganisa nje yonke iSoweto. Isports asikho basically. Mawuthi uyabheka isports samantombazane asisekho at all. Like na tennis, kuna netball, kuna chess, like kusele nje soccer kuphela isona sports esikhona. And mawuthi uyabheka leso sports sakhona esesoccer esisele sinama ground awenhlabathi. Since from kusase intombazane ngengaka kusase inhlabathi namhlanje. Isicelo sami ukuthi developana ama ground elokishini. Ngiyayibona funding le nikhuluma ngayo ibhekane nama activities are famous bo Soweto Marathon nalezi ezinye izinkulu. Ake ningenene emalokishini ni develop ama ground. Selo kwaba ubhuqu ngo19 ngoba amadolo namhlanje kusase ubhuqu. Sports elokishini asisekho kusele isoccer. Maybe maningangena nalungisa ama ground izobuya le nto la because isport isiphelile. Ngeke ngazama ukuapply. Ngithi ngifuna ukuvuselela isports samantombazane and then within iSoweto kuzo end up kunama tournaments for amantombazane kungabi tournaments ye soccer kuphela. But funding yangihlula because of ama requirements we funding nawo futhi aphinda sishaye. Asifuni into esinganazo. Like I'm trying to help ukuvuselela sports in general eSoweto but bese ngishayo ama requirements. Mase size ama ground ngicela niqedelele this development benithi nizoyenza rugby ground Orlando East. Kuke kwaba ne presentation ukuthi kuzolungiswa rugby ground ifakwe inton kuthulekethe 2 bengicela futhi na ku ground number 2 Orlando East. Yes, ngiyavuma there was chaos lapha yana beyikhona yaphakamisa amaphaphu abantu base 31 but seyidlulile leyo. Bengicela number 2 ground program yakhona development yakhona iqhubekele phambili. And then okugcina bengicela ukukubuza engakwazi ukuthi into emele ngiyenze njani ke le. Ngiyi-founder and the director of business chamber. Within the business chamber kunama ECDs nama NPOs and then namanye. Ama ECDs nama NPOs bakhala kimi ukuthi and then sithole kanjani funding post masiyenza individually siyafaila. Is there any way esingayenza funding as a group yama ECDs or group funding yama NPOs or NGOs na bayakhala labantu because ba end up sebawubhale ama NPOs wabo because funding ayikho nama resources awekho. And then futhi bese ngiba kuma groups amaningi awe film. Angazi ukuthi bani wangifaka ngavela ngayihlalela nje lapha. Nabo futhi bayakhala ngokuthi abayitholi funding nabo bayavaleleka kwi funding and then into ebalimaza kakhulu equipment abasebenza ngayo. So angazi ukuthi bangancedakala kanjani njengoba ngiumphathi nomsunguli wayo le business chamber. Okugcina ngine list yabantu abaningi. Abantwana bethu abadlali sports abenzini sports esikhona elokushini igangsterism yabantwana abancane nama drugs. So beza kimi bathi sicela usiphumele iplan yokuthi nisithathe nisize emtholampilo wethu wabantu abama drugs. Ngitholakala kanjani funding yokuthi ngibaqubule bonke? Ngiyabonga.
Enkosi kakhulu molweni, igama nguThami Akambongo Manzana, ndihlala eWard 25 up ePimville eBesta. I'm also part of the creative industry from an organization called Creative Passport. Okokuqala, before I speak, let me speak in terms of Batupili spirit. Behind Nina iti public participation, ane? Iti beyond slogan. This meeting was called for a public to come here at 9, and the program started at 10:33. There's no single person that has apologized. Kunabazala badala apa. You understand? In the spirit, because the reason why I'm starting and I'm engaging, because ningabantu betu. You understand? Nowadays, we are having government people that want to be treated as celebrities and undermine the same people that have put them in power. The second thing, kuyabanda kakhulu apha. It was very bad ubona omakhulu kuthathwa iheaters ezobekwa kuni estaging. You understand? Badala abantu abalapha. Kodwa nizibona ukuthi ningcono kunabo. And there's no one who has apologized here for starting late and for ukudolisa abantu. You understand? And these are the same people that are putting you in power as a legislature. You should feel ashamed. And please, do apologize. Ngabazali bethu apha. In terms of coming to the points, let's start with the one. The department is called Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation, right? And then in terms of the 4 programs, program 1, you allocate administration, program 2, cultural affairs, program 3, library and archives, program 4, sport and recreation. There's a problem already, because the department is talking about sports, arts, culture and recreation, and there is no allocation that is allocated to arts. And then arts, it falls under cultural affairs. Those are 2 totally different. I'm having this engagement with even the national department, because if you look at the arts, sports, arts and culture, since 1994, yabokala ya classify with the science and kala ya yodwa, and then now it's with sport. You understand? All the time, like I was looking to the presentation that you were doing, you were saying with creative arts, there's 1.2 million. And if you divide that, we understand a base in terms of the quotas and base in terms of the region, then it will give you about 50,000 per year. An issue. It will show you, and then if you look at sport, I'm not saying kubanbe sport bang antateka bikuti watin. If you look at arts, it's 1.2, and then in sport in different, because you've got sport in terms of the school, in terms of the other, it's more than enough. You are doing injustice to the Department of Sport, especially officials, because people are going to be saying there is nothing that is happening, because the problem is how we are classifying even, because arts, it becomes just another edition. And then maybe you need also to consult people, because in the same department, you are having a budget that is allocated to library and archives. You understand that? Because in South Africa, we are not reviewing these policies since 1996, you understand? Isn't the high time maybe we ask a question, isn't suppose a library and archives fall under education or other department? Because a lot of bulk of the money, it comes to that. My second point before Ikashalinde, this term of talking about city of Johannesburg, and then in the presentation we're talking about 38 are what? We understand? Every time you keep on saying city of, it does not speak to the communities. It does not speak to umntu osenaleti. It does not speak to umntu osepelvic. You understand? Because if, for example, in our government, when we go for election, we speak about wards. And siyazazi wards. These are the wards whereby voting will happen. But the sad part is service delivery does not reach those wards. But when we are looking for votes, we know ukuthi kule ward kuzovotwa kule, you understand? But when it comes into delivery, we understand. It was going to be nice as umuntu wasePimville, ndithi as a host, tell me as umuntu ohlala ePimville eBesta, you understand ukuthi what are the benefits when it comes to sports, arts, culture and heritage? What are programs that are you coming? You understand? What are you doing for those things? So maybe we need to shift the language to speak into e-words, not protecting by saying only City of Johannesburg. Because City of Johannesburg could be benefiting only abantu abapa a CBD, and then it does not reach abantu betu on the ground. And then another point that I wanted to talk, it's investment in terms of the township and creative development. You know, the Department of Gauteng used to have programs, I will tell you. One of them, it was called Ishashalaza Theatre Awards. In South Africa, in the performing arts, you can win ISAFTA yaminemali. You can win in Naledi Theatre Awards yaminemali. You understand? But there was an initiative that was done by this department whereby Ishashalaza Theatre Awards was paying artists that are coming from communities. You understand? When you win a certain award, it was a big award. That is bigger even than SAFTA. And then that program is dead. You had a program here in Johannesburg. Originally, I'm from Cape Town. I used to run a festival at the Pexa Theatre for 7 years as an artistic director. In Johannesburg, there was a program called Basetsana Script Writing and Development, whereby they will take women across all the district of Gauteng and train them every year. And some of these women are making big names in the industry today. Where is that program? It's dead. Currently, there's a National Arts Festival in Gauteng. Gauteng used to take a lot of artists that are coming from Soweto, from other parts, to go and participate at the department will pay. Nowadays, there is none. When you come to Soweto, Soweto is known, you understand, we've got a Soweto theater whereby it's not accessible to the very artists that lived in Soweto. They can't afford to even rent. You've got community halls that even the artists, you understand, are not having access to those things, which means the art, it's dying. So we need to invest, and then we like because I will also submit the visibility of public. Okay, sure.
3 minutes and you all agreed.
Okay, sure.
We have spoken more than 5 minutes and have left you.
Oh, God.
So I don't know where you get this thing.
I'm wrapping. Last 2 points, declare visibility a public representative. Sometimes you always complain. I must acknowledge people like Okia, with department. I know Sisintabi, with Gauteng Field. It's always nice to see officials attending the activities. Zonke izinto ezithethwa ngomama ze-field zentoni, ndiyayazi kwi-legislator i-job is to oversight, but to visit, because sometimes the political parties, ndiyayazi today sizanisa kule i-portfolio ngomso sizazi, but bonisani interest beyond just serving. We understand ukuthi i-job yethu i-visibility. The last one, ndicela sibe nendlela ejonga i-impact yezinto senzayo. Sometimes net department ngotsotsi, maybe they are good in terms of writing reports, but the implementation does not equal to that. Ndicela kwi-GFC, it said that you are saying ukuthi a lot of artists are having a problem with compliance. It's not Gauteng Film Compliance. It's Gauteng Film Commission. Yesterday, I had a meeting with my colleagues at the National Arts Council. National Arts Council is doing exactly similar thing, declining funding. It's ridiculous, the documents that you are wanting about to apply. and then abantu bastrugglishe useva. You are funding me 100,000, but you want me to submit a document as 15 as unnecessary. And I can't even afford, you understand, money to get those documents. So it's high time that you change from being a Gauteng film compliance. Thank you very much.
Number 9.
Number 10.
Sanbonani, honorables. Sanbonani Msotra. Siyaphila abantu abadala. Siyaphila. Ours is to defend the truth of the athletes and the artists. We come from the township and the rural creatives. We've been taken advantage of by the system. And it's sad because it's our black people that work in this department. And they are so arrogant. We are the custodians of this department. So if anifuna sinibonisa bekho abanye abantu abazonibonisa. So nalesilungunyana salama presentation asisizwa kahle ngcono nisizele no pen and paper. Khona sizokhona ukuzwa. You see, it's too good to be true. Izinto abasifundela zona la. Simple, nice English of campaigning to win our hearts. It's fine, it's happening. It's the majority of us here, we're unemployed, but it's in a skill. While khulunywa ngeimali ezinkulu nesilungu esikhulu, it's a disgrace to see these government officials that come from the township mele siba explainele ngenhlupheko yaselokishini. So uyangixaka, some of you come from Soweto, from the villages. Mara mele sin explainele ama problems that you already know. You all from there. Lento nishile before niba mnandi nina. Kuseseyiso leso struggle sikadaki. I wish somewhere, somehow, because here in this country we have 11 official languages. Because now the industry or the department, especially the art industry, it's run by scholars and those who are coming from these white privileged institutions. Now talent is being replaced by a diploma or any kind of piece of paper. So when we are talented, you are not good enough. You must go and be educated enough. After being educated enough, they won't fund you still. So, this is simple. We're not here to humiliate you. We're not here to fight you. It's over 30 years of democracy. Black people in the township are still singing the same song. Under black administration, you should be ashamed of yourselves. It's done. This thing of they are calling us in these walls, it must come to an end. Next time, you're not going to be calling us in the walls. Next time, you must call us to give us projects. You must identify us where we are. Angithi benisifuna niyasazi ukuthi sikuphi. Mesifunwa yini on your convenience times. Thina besinifuna ushila umama nibamba amafoni. Aniphendula ama-email. Besiqala sikhuluma nani bayasiblacklista. Some of us were blacklisted for standing up for the truth. Because black people, when we tell them, siyabajwayela, who do we think we are? And then they will sideline us and exclude us and push us away. But we are not scared. Because we are the product of fighters. We are not going to be dancing with government officials to look nice to them. We are not friends. Your job is to serve this department. We are not going to intimidate us because of this position. Next week, kuzobe kuomunye bamqashile. And then the next generation of athletes and artists, they won't inherit these problems that we're having now. Athletes, artists, we shall fight. It's now or never. We're not going to be here. It's a disrespect to what we've just seen right now, the presentation. Maybe probably they think we don't know or they think we don't understand. They don't research. Because kunale mentality yokuthi thina siyi development, siyi grassroots. Bongavala amehlo akho lezo zinto lezo. It's defining black people only. We are talented. We cannot be defined by the system that seek to undermine us. This thing yokuthi siyi development, that's why bangafuni ukusibhadala. Because we are always going to be development in their eyes. We are always going to be grassroots in their minds. We are not that. We are creatives that deserve to be paid equally so, just like anybody on a care outside there. So what we are asking that, your responsibility as lawmakers is not only to sit there and rely in what they say. It's to make sure that you investigate that these things, you have this document that they've presented here. These things are implemented. Artists and athletes, they become beneficiaries of this poem that was nice here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 10.
Dumelang, ke a leboha modulasetulo, hlompho ho lona bohle. Nna lebitso la ka ke Ramoroka Makgowa. Ke tswa hana mona mo Soweto. E seng hole. Ke ratile taba e ne bua mo tafoleng ho thwe ho tlo ba le training and development ya talent. Di bitso kaofela tsona except golf. Nna ke lela golf batho ba haeso. Golf e ka ba teng mo dikolong. Mohlomong bana ba rona ba tla kgona ba phuthehe. Golf ya thusa. Ntho e nahanneng ka hlohong e o yentseng Monday last week ntse e hopola re number 4 ke entse phoso e jwang Suzuki Lukis. E thusa bana ba rona ho hloka dikelelo di be base. Hape ntho engwe ke kopang runa mo sports ko Orlando Stadium ha re kgone ho kena ba re na le suit ya sport ha re ya ko Soweto theatre a tsebe tsone re kope kae ma hore le gona re batho ba sports and recreation re ka kgona go fumana ntho kena na golf course e teng mo Soweto intle mo Gauteng e mo top 10 intle tlisang batho ba rona bana ba rona ba bapala golf mo Soweto, and I can guarantee you that's one of the best golf courses around. So ntwe ke kopang fela ke hore le rona golf re fuwe chance bana ba rona ba go tla golf mo dikolong. Ke a leboha bana beso.
Thank you.
Sanbonani, igama nguTebogo. I'm from Mdeni, co-founder Mdeni Youngsters, and also a coach of Mdeni Youngsters. Ubaba bese kakhulumile okuningi ngendaba zama meeting ukuthi sobambele emakhazini mana ama meeting man. Amabhola futhi njengoba ashaphamuka, amachizo abantwana man. Ngathi amaroko. But enye into man ubaba ngifuna ukuyi-add kuloko akushilo ukuthi besicela nebudget like ama injuries for abantwana yabo. Because banokulimala abantwana siba nenkinga mhlambe imali transport enginayo ingibeka to a private hospital ayikwazi ukungifikisa eBar. So besicela at least izame man. Yabo.
Yes, thank you very much. Number 12.
Sanbonani. Igama lami nguMandla waGamede ngibuya eMdeni. Ngizokhulumela ama legends. Mina ngaqala umculo no CJB no Steve Kekana the legendary khona la ePinville. Ngihlala kwakhe ngiriyesa naye ngimbhalela umusic. Ingoma zesiZulu umbhaqamo. We tour Namibia to celebrate with them freedom. From there, I formed a group called Masakane Mdeni Youth Development with the guy, the late Mr. Makaya Sidwell from Arts and Culture. That guy May his soul rest in peace. Usebenze kakhulu la muntu loya akwazi ukusenzela ama funding from go arts and culture yase France ne airways yase France. Sakhona ukuthola the whole Africa and the whole world, Europe yonke up to go Norway, presenter arts and culture yala South Africa. And actually we were like in university doing something for nothing. Ngendlela esihlupheke ngayo till today ngihlala emkhukhini ngifundisa abantwana umusic. I was getting stipend ku department but acknowledgement of the legends program last year 2,500 ngayinika for 2 months from there yavalwa till today. COVID angitholanga nix. One of my backing artists ongidlalela drum and he was playing also for the late Jabu Khanyile Sepotsula. Ngihlala nawo emndeni emkhukhwini lama-artists engikhuluma ngawo. Professionals, musicians, abafundisa even Phil Collins how to play drum lama-Africans. Kubuhlungu kakhulu njengoba ngime la. Khona i-leader ekhulumile lo baba lo. I salute you. Ungilaphile ngaphakathi emoyeni. Because I know ukuthi already I'm 60 years this year. Angitholi even 350, angitholi nothing. Yeah, ngiumuntu nje obongayo ukuthi athola ukudla adle. Ibhlungu abe inhliziyo yami mangize la. Angiqala ukuza ku-meeting esobe ngikhona enaledi eholweni. I raise another complaint about this problem I have. I don't want too much, just to get something to eat. Nali jazi engilifakile lishile ngoba ngotha umlilo angina heater. Nokuthenga angina nix. Yeah, ngisiphethe kahle ngoba ngenzela kona ukuthi ngiphile uNkulunkulu uye waziyo. So lo muntu mayekhuluma ubhuti lo ngendlela ayibeka ngayo, I'm not pointing you my comrade, but I'm just explaining ukuthi it's very painful ukuthi nami ngibe la ngizokhala ngikhale ngiya-apply akubuyi anything. And thina sifuna ukufundisa abantwana music sinabo esibafundisile from kuThabi song abanye bakumoja Mocha 1, Mocha 2. They told the world ababuye ezandleni zami. Abathatha usisithembi nyandeni ukuthi bathatha kule group yethu iThabi Song Youth Club. Sibafundisa umculo ukudance bafoma iMocha and Soweto Gospel Choir. They told the whole world mina I'm still a $0 till today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Grootman. Number 13.
Siyabulisa igama uFezile kona ngila Orlando East. I'm a member of the ward committee at Ward 30 and responsible for ComDev 1, which is sports, arts, culture and recreation. Ngifuna ukuqala nje kude nina ezinkokheli nani ma official as well as umphakathi. You know, inwele zigrey siyaguga. Mina ngisese young mawuthula ungibona. Abobaba lawa bala. Mhlophe kwamampela. 1988 I entered the tertiary institution yabelungu. We were discriminated. We couldn't get access to sports for umntana omnyama at tertiary level, where everything was provided. Ubhatala tuition fee, and then you get access to everything, facilities and everything. We took a commitment. We sacrificed being educated. Khona ngiqala ukufunda manje isikolo mina to get another degree just in 2024, because throughout my life I committed myself to transformation in sport. It took us up to 1990 makuphuma uMadiba island that white people in white institutions allowed us to access sports in the right way of all other sporting codes. I'm specifically saying white institutions because they had everything versus our universities, which were black universities. Now, it's very sad today I have to stand here and talk about transformation in sports in the township. We have regressed. We've gone worse than what we are. Orlando East used to be an academy of sports township per se. All the top artists in arts and culture and in sports, you would find ukuthi bazakutshela ukuthi sibuye Orlando East originally. But today, you can't even find a facility ozothi uyayihlonipha. I want to go now into specific issues. A presentation at Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, I've seen this throughout this past year as well. Officials come to meetings, public meetings, and they extract something and place it on the board. Because they don't want us to see, they're not transparent. Even this one, I don't know if it's going to be given to us. So that we scrutinize it and we crash it. Just like IDP process here, City of Johannesburg, which for 5 years in Orlando, we've requested for AMA ground. It's number 1 ground, rugby, nalanga se nomzamo. There's an open space. Today we're told that open space kuzofakwa flat. Orlando East is overcrowded. There's million children who do not have a place to play. We wanted that. There's a string of schools in Orlando East. Every time we have athletics, we have to go to Reimsech because we don't have an athletics track in our community. These are the painful things that we're sitting with, my command. I'm raising this to say, let us take black people serious. What we are not development. We are not development. I've been in sports for as long as I'm telling you, even before when I was still a school child. When Kichime Orlando Stadium, I coach today in athletics, tennis, golf because when I used to play golf, ngene 20 rand or 40 rand a golf course at Pinville. Today I can't even access, I can't afford it because I don't work. I have to pay 2,500 rand to be a member. Then I must pay 300 rand to go and play games. I've got children, engba teachable 9. There's a boy ongamthola la oyena 9 yena wangifundisa golf. Today udlinya uphe lo mfana loyo. Why? Because there's no support, there's no mentorship. We need money. We need a serious attention, leaders. We have a situation here, my coach, Alai Soweto. Uchilu Baba is one of them, Ubaba Luka to Pumala Konamanch. The fact that the coaches are giving their time, putting money out of their pocket, and they come back, abazali, abafunu, sometimes no benayo or bengenayo, aba keeping needs to give these coaches. You go to white suburbs and white spots. Today, I can get a job and I'll be comfortable in Gauteng and Soweto. But these are our children. We can't have one Mufukeng in 20 years who becomes a special boy, comes out and gets an opportunity. When we have a talent, when we go to our national events, where athletics, we end up because bebengenama spikes, they couldn't compete to national level because they didn't have spikes, they don't have proper training, they don't have proper diet. Today, 18 until I think mid-July, into babies are Soweto Games, Yenzwa City of Johannesburg. I've just been sent by one of my coaches, CGL, Central Gauteng Lions Cricket. Uti kulea scope aguna cricket. You know why? Because we are short of ovals, cricket ovals in Soweto. Let alone a club. Let alone a club cricket. So I'm asking two things, legislature, in terms of your issues of funding. Number one, the Department of Sport, the Department of Education. And there seems to be a disjuncture between what sports and education is doing in terms of sports. We talk about bring back sports to schools, but we're not telling the Department of Education to instruct schools to release children. We don't have a specific day for playing sports. When we want children, kuthiwa abantwana bazomisa iklasi and then they will be failing. I have a boy who I took to nationals last year. Magebuya iskolo satshela abazali ukuthi he must not run this year. He's a top athlete, that boy, una 11 years. Ube bume ne gold eGauteng akefike national akakwazanga kulento ukuthi ukuthola ilento position. But the school tells them abazali hayi angagijimi this year because uzofaila. What kind of a school does that? So please, can you align a program of sport with schools and make sure that you fund coaches versus township to be part and parcel of the schools, because labantwana akuphuma isikolo njengoba kuvaliwe isikolo, they are our responsibility. They are not the responsibility of the teachers. Secondly, we have facilities, 2 facilities. AUJ, la. The only track that remains in Soweto, in our area here, we can't use it. Why? Because it's a private entity. And yet we want to train our children to go and be track specialists. It's falling apart, that land facility, because UJ doesn't use it. They rather use Auckland Park, a track. So please allow, the department must fund our clubs as a so to access that track with subsidized funds from the department. Not only track, but also the cricket field, because the Elka E1, but there's a cricket field there, so kudlalwa isoccer kuleya cricket field. Why? Because they don't make money out of it, but they make money out of soccer. So please, department, align on those. That's where the money should go. It should go into making sure we have new facilities, or the facilities that are there need to be repaired. Ngicela maniphumala ningayi good. Just go around the corner, there's a tennis court here. Go and look what it looks like. Amanes twashabene. If I need a tennis court, who is Orlando number 2, I walk with the children, sizodlala la. Masifika sithole kudlalwa ibhola, kunetayire elikhulu lekanda kunani, funeka ngikukele la tayire nabantwana silibuyisele ecaleni. This is the condition yaseSoweto. Please, this is the last I'm going to say, but I think I've said enough. Engayishonga ngiyishongo ke bahlali. Thank you very much.
Number 13.
Sanbonan, honorable members, Sanbonan Nonke. Igama lami Karabo Leremi, and I am a ward citizen. Let me just say, a ward 25. My questions or my concerns go very deep. Honorable members, a lot of community concerns has been concerned and requests. So we haven't actually asked questions about the presentation that we have been given by Ubabu Ndlovu, which is actually quite questionable. Honorable Ndlovu, there's 2 Honorable Ndlovus.
No, he's not an honorable.
Honorable Ndlovu and Mr. Ndlovu. Okay, Honorable Ndlovu, you had guided us to follow Umthetho legislature and said that we will treat this meeting as parliament. So I think when we get to parliament, I am not an expert, I stand to be corrected. When we get to parliament, when there is a presentation of this nature, so I don't think there was justice being done to our people in terms of this document that was given. And this document that was presented by Mr. Ndlovu, not Honorable Ndlovu, has got a lot of information that requires for us to engage, because of this session is called a public participation, and this public participation will be based actually on the report that was given by Mr. Ndlovu. Mr. Ndlovu, honorable members, the presentation, it was written, we were coached by Honorable Mr. Nawa by saying, Ogoti, we are in the central corridor, there's east corridor, there's west corridor. So I believe last corner, and the report that was given there was actually about the central corridor. I stand corrected. So within the central corridor, Batswadi, it was written there that we have 38 wards. I stand corrected. Those 38 wards, dinaleba to buy 1.9 million. Mr. Ndlovu, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. So with that presentation, I end up hearing Mr. Ndlovu now touching based on things that are happening in Orange Farm, things that are happening in Kibla Park, which I don't think they were part of the central corridor. I stand corrected again because I'm not an expert. So one of the members of the public said we were supposed to have actually recatile this report to actually speak to the people about Region D to understand what are programs available for us, what are infrastructure developments that have happened within the budget that has been given. So also, Honorable Ndlovu, you didn't tell the public, Uguti, Gauteng Portfolio Committee of Sports was given actually 1 billion. 1 billion. And the amount that was discussed here was not even a million. So I ask now that when we say to our people with a budget of 1 billion, and then we include everything that is happening in Gauteng, I think that one is not justice. We were supposed to be told, Guti, central corridor, na imali yenu. Imali yenu ni central corridor, ienza 1, 2, 3. So, I don't know, Uguti Lento Lena, if uzo ube diplomatic, we understand, Uguti, when you speaking to our people, you must actually be addressing matters that affect them, not matters that affect the country. Because of now, when we take it to our Orange Farm, futi abanya bafike nokufika. So, we are asking that the report was supposed to direct information relating to central corridor, and this information in the 3% of central corridor. I stand corrected. So it says also, if I heard you correctly, Mr. Ndlovu spoke about 358,000 for training coaches. Now, when we are speaking about 358 for training coaches in different sporting codes, this 358,000, where is it focused? Is it focused on central corridor, or now it needs to also now extend to the eastern corridor now? Because of if it's for central corridor and it's 358,000 for training local coaches, I think it's sufficient because of it's only Region D, which means it's Ward 1 to Ward 38. So now, our problem is that, Mr. Nawa, you also said that your department is dealing with happiness, and our people are not happy. So now it says also, Mr. Nawa, you said that we must also focus on the development of women within the budget that has been given. That means we also need to go touch base on the ECD, because on the ECD, that's where our mothers are there raising our kids. And it is a program called Physical Development within the ECT. So my question is that as the sports committee, or rather as the sports arts and culture portfolio committee, how do you then direct the department to work with the education department to assist this ECT with funding or with infrastructure for developing young kids at the ages of 2 to 5? And then Mr. Ndlovu also highlighted that there is 594,000 that is being thrown to local sporting coaches, not local sporting clubs in Central Corridor, Region D. That means we don't take this thing, Ribuak and Tosako Kibla Park. We are speaking about Soweto. Now it has also said, if you are saying there is 594 local leagues, funding for local leagues, that means that coach who was here standing and saying that we are suffering, we don't have soccer balls. He was not supposed to be suffering. We are suffering, we don't have kids for Bana to develop those kids. We don't have, because we are not supposed to be suffering. So there's also infrastructure, because of here we have the chairperson of infrastructure. Our people are asking for small things. Our people are asking for poles, soccer poles. Now I'm going to speak on soccer poles because of a lot of those grassroots grounds, this Nanjuang, they just need soccer poles. They didn't ask for grass. They are asking for soccer poles and nets. That's it. But now, where do we ask? Who do we ask? Where do we contact? We need to come out of a meeting like this with information, not come out of a meeting like this really depressed because of Mr. Ndlovu, the manner in which you delivered information or your report. It was like a church service. Now people, they can't answer. People, they just listen. People, the information that you are giving them, you just slide through. We can't refer back and say, "Kodwa lana uthe kuyenzakalani." How many schools are going to be doing the drama? You mentioned ukuthi kuneyikolo la our people must go, AMA 2000 must go and do the acting. But this, if I can ask now, with a CP scholar, we had forgotten because of that information, you were sliding through it. So, honorable member, a chairperson of chairpersons, Mr. Adams, or a chairperson of the portfolio committee, Mayor Klebere, please make this slide that has been given to our people available for our people, even if it can be available for us to download. We understand reprinting cost might be too much. Mara kere, give us a link so that we are able to refer back to that information because of that information has got so much instruction here, what the people must do. Last but not least, Mr. Ndlovu, you had mentioned, Uguti, there is money that has been allocated to a school or to an ECD, 3 ECDs, oh no, 2 ECDs, one in Orange Farm and in Kibla Park. You had started a program called 3 Letters Spelling Bee. How do you start and with the budget of the central corridor, you take this money, you're spelling, spelling bee, when here in Soweto, we have Asha Daycare, Asha Preschool. There is 40 centers, 40 centers, where you could have implemented the 3 spelling bee. Why did you take the money? We say Orange Farm and Kibla Park instead of Soweto. It is like, sorry to be long and sorry to have taken too much time, Honorable Ndlovu. It is like, we also need to understand that Soweto is being sabotaged. Every superhero or superstar comes from Soweto. So now, I think the government has now came with an idea to say that now we must destabilize Soweto. Don't give Soweto its funding. Take the funding that belongs to Soweto to the people in Orange Farm because of Soweto has got everything. Soweto doesn't have everything. Our people are depressed. There is, if ever there is people of SAFA here, local football, SAFA, they have a responsibility of developing our people in terms of giving them what we call coaching license D. That is for grassroots. They don't give us that thing. They don't present, we don't know where to go. So we are asking Honorable Nawa that your people, when they come and they give you a report, like those other people that have said, please let them give you a report based on matters that are happening on the central corridor. Thank you.
We're not managing time.
It's fine. Number 14, I'm hoping you are seeing, or I'm just giving people time, so that but it's a good thing. So ngicela ningaphumi sihlale phansi and then sizokhona ukumamela department may respond. But I just have one request. Ama-flake ngiyacela bengicelile masicala ukuthi sise legislature, even nezandla legislature aziqhwabiwa noma kanjani, but abantu mabe happy we allow them ukuthi bashaya izandla. Mara ngicela ama-flake so avoid nje ama-flake nje kuphela, singayishaya flake, simshayele izandla. Points that they are raising, they make us emotional, they are important, so singaqhwaba mara ngicela nje ama-flake so aswaye again. Thank you.
Dumelang bagolo, dumelang botlhe ba tlileng fana. Leina la ka ke Lebogang Ratlala ke tswa ke le go Dobsonville ko Ward 47 ne. Without wasting time, ke utlwile Re Nawa a kere a bua ka ke Re Nawa kere a bua ka di NPOs gore you engage with NPOs and all that akere. So I would like to understand gore how do you assist in terms of ha dikolo di kwetse, so the 3-week period, are there any programs that you will be running apart from the soccer tournaments? Are there any programs, that sports, any other sports or anything that will keep our kids from playing muddy ground where it's not safe, mo go senang supervision and all that? If there are programs then can you kindly assist us in telling us what kind of programs are there? Or if not, how do NPOs engage you in terms of applying, or please come and assist us in our community so that we can have such programs throughout the school holidays? Ke a leboga. Ke utlwile batho ba le bantsi ba bua ka infrastructure, especially at the tennis court. We have a tennis court called Dobsonville. It's in Ward 48. It's opposite DSJ Primary School. I guess the tennis courts are not they are no longer tennising. Hadisa tenesa. So the net is so now the turf is not in good condition. Can we take can they be utilized for what they were built for? And then we have kids who are interested in playing tennis. We just do not have you find Arthur Ashe and a remote Dobsonville. We don't know how kids should get to the Arthur Ashe Ntwena Center. So wherever there is a tennis court, may we kindly have the coaches and the passionate people that will be taking part in the tennis sports. And the condition, the infrastructure, can it be fixed as a belief? It's not lookable. Okay, fine, thank you. I've heard that you said there are sports coordinators that have been taken into schools, that have been taken in to assist in schools. How many did you say? 50 or 52? 52, ne? And then we have people that have volunteered already in the schools. How the coaches who are passionate about the sports, how do you then make them part of the program? Do you look into saying how many people that are volunteering their time and their skills without getting any payment, that are doing it like they're doing it voluntarily because they love it and all that? How do you make them part of the programs so that they can see they are being appreciated? And being appreciated, the coaches are not taken seriously in schools. You find they need to coach bana in sports, different sports, but the teachers or educators, they don't seem to understand what is happening. They don't seem to understand. Someone said other people, they are good in sports, they are not well equipped or sharp academically. We need to be able to recognize the talents. This is the route that the kids have to take because this is what we have recognized in a child. Going back, the next one, the library. I don't know what is the role, or when it comes to language, what is the role of the libraries? Going back to the schools, we have what is called a DBE. The DBE books whereby and all that. The language is so not proper. It is so not proper. I don't want to lie. I have been raising this point forever, but it's not proper. A child will never be able to express themselves in their own language because instead of Peretitswana, which is a bicycle, can we look into that? It's not our language. So can you please look into that? Can you fix that so that we can be able to express ourselves in our own languages? It's part of this department. Please look into that. Whoever is proofreading, whoever is publishing, please go back because I am embarrassed. I'm a parent. I need to be able to assist my child with homework. That's all lies that we are teaching our kids. And then for the child to get right, they must do wrong. So ke kopa, can you kindly look into that? Ke nkana. Yeah, that's about it. So, one other thing. How do libraries assess their, tswelopele ya bona, their improvement, their success? How do libraries assess their success in terms, because we have kids, ba batlang ko library. You find gore ngwana is unable to read. Khona le dyslexia, le dysgraphia. I get ngwana mongwe ga kgone go kwala and the other child is not able to read. What role are they playing? Because I often go to the library and you find gore there are kids ba mo ba inkela dibuka, they just look at pictures without anyone monitoring them. Gore, are you guys able to read? Or myself, I would take my child, there's a group of kids that I help with homeworks. I would take them to the library. If I'm not there, then what happens? I care. So we need to be able to assist as librarians, I'm not one though, to be able to assist kids to read and write. And if we work hand in hand with the schools, I don't know if it's possible, or if we receive kids in the library, is it possible to get their timely reports to check, okay, this child is struggling here and there, and communicate with the school, okay, this is what we have discovered, Kangwana, and this is the improvement, this is where the child is lacking, hand in hand with the Department of Education, I get. So the library, whoever must come and take out a book and read. So how they assess whether the child is doing good or not. Huh?
No, they will respond later.
Okay.
My sister.
Thank you. I wanted to understand how these things work. Okay, fine. Thank you, Kialebucha, and please do not forget the tennis court. I can little checker baholo. I hope whatever it is that I have said makes sense and is relevant.
Thank you very much, my sister. Number 14.
No, dumelang ra leboga. Le ka ke rato leboga lona committee ka o tleng o le tlo representa ka ntwe le representeng ka yona, more especially your time and your energy, your efforts, even though the people are satisfied with most of the things. But now, what I would like to say, now I'm representing Mdenimo, Oddford 52. More especially, I'm in soccer and netball. So if I can tell you, Rona Rasafara Kanakang, the grounds just to occupy lime or the line. It's very rare or you even in literally go build it take because but Romela Thompson Vilibari Yako Copano, Ofita Copano Copano Romele Riaco Pola Park, Ofita go Pola Park, Bariaco Devland, keep petrol like everything, Ukutamo on next barehanded. Wa khut tsontse lo batla mlora go batho ba besana mo le tlo etsa di line wa utlwisisa so ke problem e renang le yona e ngata go location and I had many speakers ba batle mo pele mo re bua ntwe 1 they also wait to re bua ntwe 1 so meaning that problem e rena E1 and it need attendance so if you lona as portfolio committee le ka re ha le mo le sa presenta di documents fela le be lore at least visibility ya lona la hlahella le ke le hlale le tlo bona dintho di etsuwa yang di etsahala yang because the ground if we talk at the ground I monitor if we work at the ground or at least or you go to the council tapelo rena le problem so ground they will send a subcontract etlang etlo sebetsa mo ha fetso kuta mo ba tloela jwang bo ka ofela mo ha ba bontsi and it's okay ground we end up or jwang bona ba jwetse jwang aba bo maintain the players are di abapala mo di robe ha di enke We wrote a letter to the councillor, no, re kopa hore jwang bo bo ntshiwe bo. He said, no, bojwang bona bo no ntshiwe. Then we even decided to ngole council ya naledi. Every else approval, okay, right? Jwang bo ntshe. We hire Ganda 1.5 rona. Re tlo bontsha. Ha rena clubhouse, the association a di sa leo. There are teams, but you find out a person who own a team only from under 8 up to 19. So he doesn't have kids, he doesn't have anything. Ne re khono ya go clubhouse to lore walla ke na le problem also, so I cannot sponsor, I cannot anything. So na ba khono mo fa di kids e tour at least club e khono develop ye ko pele. But today are not on that. We struggle every time. We are out of your pocket, like that guy na chomori rana di team from the Putunza di Koloi. It's true. Who do the whole joalo ka. That's why rana le problem A1. Ar khonore everything eri batlo yetsa ihlahelle. We struggle. Re etsa di tournament. Re tlo dlala mo di ground tse di sa linewang. Ho lwantshwa di referee because referee tlo etsa mistake, he can't see the line, he can't see everything. It's a penalty, he can't see hore ho etsahala. Then the other team tla be di lwana. So rena ntho ne re kopa. Ne kopa fela hore so le tlile le portfolio. A le se ke la presenta dintho tseo le dutse mo and ya ba di document di a fella mo. Itlang le tlo sheba le bona hore go etsahalang. Even there are people in the middle ba le ba romelang hore at least it should be bona. They are not there, those people. At least if you can have the recreations, we don't have recreation anymore. Sports and recreation are sanaso, whereby you can go and complain, you can go and report, you can make your applications go on. Are not on at all. We suffer. So, tonto bonoro wena urana yang team ya how all urana yang association. So the problem so if you can upgrade somewhere fela la bonore every time la hlahella le khono bonore ho etsahalang, then I think it will be much more better. So everybody utla ra hlahella utla ba tsebore at least la thusa mo thusante. But now I hona more thusante. Di chelete tse like di balega so tomorrow a di fihlelle ko rona. O to sis. And Leona ke sheba the way teng, it's not enough for Soweto. How ka bona Soweto kholo ya? And they extended Soweto well la ka kwa. E kholo Soweto. Ke a utla le bala bo Orange Farm sontse le bala go sighting and other townships. But Soweto itself, you're not fair. So those are the problems that are let on. If you can come up and solve those problems, it would be much more better. Ke a leboha next na ntho tse ding a tlo ya yo.
Number 15.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga. Sifikile leso sikhathi. Greetings to everyone, officials, and as well as the high leaderships officials abakhona kuma department ehlukene ngaphambili ulwazi sithole a deputy chairperson of one of the organizing or the organization yamaqiko in this country. Ngikuzwile secretary jikalele wenhlangano enkulu yama actors Thami esinawo lapha. Abanye mhlamba bakubonanga, mhlambe bakufanisa uye wangempela. Ngifuna ukuqala la ebufakazini ukuthi njengohulumeni zikhona izinto engazenzi kahle. Ngani ngoba nithatha imali nikeze department naniqeda lapho bese nisayimonitoring ngendlela efanele. Nijike nina nifaka ngenhla niyibambe ngenzansi. This is what happened 2023 on the 27 June. I competed Alexandra Hall and I became the outstanding best public speaker of this Gauteng province. All the incentives that was counted there, I get 2 out of 5 in it. Then there was a gentleman that was speaking about Orange Farm. I am from Orange Farm, and Orange Farm is in Central Corridor, which means you don't know the diameter is Baba. Come again. So therefore, it is very much imperatives for the government to monitor these departments according to how the money is being allocated. Because we are in this situation today that we are questioning how things have been getting to be done because of the same government that you are allocating money to the departments, but you are unsure about the accuracy and the responsibility that has been taken by those departments, how efficiently are they, and what correspondence of the tangible work that they have been done with that same budget that you have allocated for. Fast forward, becoming best public speaker, I have participated also in library, archive sector services, and I become the top 30 of this country of this province to compete and in George. This is what happened. The same Gauteng province give me a wrong book to compete with in a national competition. What do we say? It is the incompetence of myself or the incompetence of the department. You are speaking to a person that has been competing and has never failed, but have been failed by the same government. Then today, what are you saying unto me? Fast forward, last year I compete once more in the library sector and archive services. What happened? I won again. This is what happened. Number 2, number 3, what they were supposed to get, they didn't give it even a single of it. Why are you doing a half-done department at some point? You are saying you are allocating a budget for a certain specific task. But unfortunately what you are doing half-done robbing in terms of publishing that you are doing a competition. But you are not allocating the incentives that is supposed to be given to that participants that are doing that actual task. Ubani okumele hulumeni aloku aqhubeka avotela ubugebengu? That is the question, hulumeni, because niyasuswa kuma department lena nifaka kwenye. But what we are observing, observe ukushintsha kwama phase kuma different departments, not kwe system in usage. Therefore, which system are you using that it is tracing your effective work in your duties? And what is that exactly that you are going to do in changing the situation of our society? Because kwanina you don't have any trace of your promulgated work that is supposed to be delivered to the community. Today you are asking us about our grievances. We have heard the reading of the presentation, but Nancy problem like on. Miss the Signindlovu, hence at that time was an acting director. Ngabe ngawulana so shonepi because ngifuna ukuyikhuluma lezi zinto ngoba uyangazi uyangikhumbula. He was an acting director in Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Library Archive Services. Sabhekana nenkinga eziGauteng participants in George. La salaliswa khona endaweni le kade ifaka abantu asebashonile. And we have said, we've already told the story, but today we are telling the story. Whereby the department itself, they are taking money ngapha bayifaka ngenzansi bayigodle futhi ngenzansi. Bayifaka ngenhla bayibambe ngenzansi. Senzani la? Because namhlanje sikhuluma with numbers. But the same numbers that we are talking about of finances are not going to do lezinto ebakhuluma ngazo ukuthi azozenza. Then namhlanje we are with organizations that things for the people. Do you know mphakathi into abayenza kubenzani? They call us in a private corner to say this is the opportunity that you can do. Some of us was ukuthengeka. Therefore sishaya uvalo when we are about to take those decisions in terms of what I am going to report to the community and residents. In terms of they trust me, but what I'm doing now, I am selling them out. I am calling out to you, government, as I'm closing, that the sum of the amount that you have budgeted to do that whatsoever that you said you wanted to do in sports and creation, do your work thoroughly. Firstly, you shall understand what duties are you doing for the community. But it shall firstly begin with you. We don't need your degrees and whatsoever. What we need tangible action. I submit.
Siyabonga, number 15, thank you.
Sanbonani. Sanbonani honorables and Tate now. Kidumedise Ntlu at large. My name is Thabo Michael Mokhanedi. I'm from Mkonto Wesizwe. I'm a national spokesperson for Mkonto Wesizwe under creatives and sports and recreation. And also umsebenzi wakamasipala under sports and recreation city of Joburg. I've got a question, honorables. Goti, I wanted this question to be answered, I don't know, after or Mangeta, to say, can you outline sports and recreation, arts and culture hierarchy, nationally, provincially, and locally? You know why that question? Because, you know, here in South Africa, koninto e wrong. A very wrong. Ngoba khona manje we were supposed to have abantu be sports and recreation, arts and culture from city of Joburg, so that whatever that is later, so that zihambisane ibe into one. I'll tell you why. Working for city of Joburg for 30 years, this facility in Meguyo, it was one standing, and the next door it's a swimming pool, library. That's how a module say creating a corner. In terms of traveling, abantu maga travel, maga funu kuye library kula swimming pool, and the swimming pool next door it's a heated swimming pool, but it never works, even a single day. Mina ngiyoshaya kwasana, ngiyoshaya legislation, ngishaya sports and recreation, iGauteng yonkana, because you are failing us. You know what's the problem? It's system. They say system, umuntu akhulume ngayo la ngathi yes, that's what we wanted to outline. Kuthi i-system. And the same system isasetshenzwa nanamanje. The system engeke isebenzele. Ngiyabona sinabo gogos, we've got legends. We've got abantu that they've worked for this industry for years. And ekbeni fanele bathole some innings from it. And also sports, recreation, arts and culture, ebe fanele isebenzele at our advantage. Because most of the people, akekho umuntu omhlophe la. Even iphela, this is you have brought government or legislature to abantu. There's no white person here. Because it's Gauteng as a whole. By being Gauteng as a whole, there's no white person. Umuntu osafara, umuntu omnyama. And umuntu omnyama safara kanje samropa, thina botaki, the same black person. Kahle si represent abo bandla. What are we doing? So the system hiyo esilethe la, the system hiyo emoshe ifuture yabantwana bethu. The system hiyo enza abantwana bethu baphiwa ama-drugs, badla ama-drugs. Because with sports, recreation, arts and culture, we could eradicate those things, all of them. When I get into the department, after my election in 1994, I was given a mandate. By that time, I was Ngale Ngakagoko, which is ANC. The mandate, it was to say, you are going to serve our people, and you are a community worker. We came up, ngama programs are tangible, abambegayo. Your programs, I've heard some was talking about Angama Legions. If I can tell you, Guti, Amanyama Legions, we fought. I personally gathered Ama Legions, soccer Legions, abo Brasheks. Ubrasheks, bebam recyclile, bam lachelale. Sambiza, they form Allegiance Association. You became a chairperson. After becoming a chairperson, that's when they recognized him. Then he went and Ayo coach in South Africa. We recycle our professionals. That was my strategy, and that was the strategy and the mandate that I was given. Oh, Popim Lambo, the runner. Oh, Poshia Mudise. Poshia Mudise was lost. I went to Ilokuzan Lashalakon. We came up in a program, Women in Sports. That's where Popim Lambo came back and Poshia Mudisa came back. So, you know, since Katele ama talk shows, whatever engi kulumayo, some they've said it, bakulmeng ama legends, ama facility. I will tell you, honorables, ngama facility. Because it was a mandate, we were given a mandate, we spoke to Ubra Ambi. By then it was the mayor of City of Joburg. We went to him, but he gave us overview ya sports and recreation in terms of facilities, programs and everything. Ngathi first thing first, angeke umntwana ayodlala la eBhutweni. eBhutweni. I'm sorry. We came up in a program yoku builder ama facility wethu busha safaka ama grass. But you know kuma department siyalwa. Siyabantu abamnyama. Mawazi kakhulu bazogila. I said to them when we were sitting as a committee, we cannot build a facility in a grass singafakanga irrigation. And they never listened to me. But kubeka by ark. Kona manje the whole Soweto sinama facilities and ama grounds bogu buku safaka grass akhuthekile. Because they were not well maintained. You know, singakhuluma the whole day, but I'm telling you, mangithi ngiyoshaya sana, ngisha i-department yami sports and recreation la region D. I'm working. I've heard you have mentioned one of our workers, which is our area managers, which is Pius. You mistreat people, good department, say mistreat abantu a department, angikhulumi kahle, angikhulumi kabi. I know how do we work kuma department. In our days in sports and recreation, while I was heading that department, no Mandla Mdlalose, people were hired. People were hired, we came with a program, so-called outreach program, whereby besingakhona ukufinyelela emikhukhwini whatever wherever within City of Joburg. We came up with a strategy to say we're coming up with an outreach program. And that outreach program worked. Abantwana baqashwa, abantwana bathola imisebenzi. So singasikhohliseni thina isizwe sabantu abamthundu. Let's fight the system. The system is very wrong. When I say the system is very wrong, I'm saying ukuthi when we fight the system, sizabe siqede yonke into. The system ya finance, the system ya ukubuilda ama lokhuzana ama facilities, the system, that is the system. The system is very much rotten. I'm sorry for politica. Abantu abadala. I know abantu sports they are laughing.
Can you please be in order? Listen to him. We'll respond.
Abantu sports are loving people, but the politics affects you. They affect you indirectly. That's within Umkhonto weSizwe we've got creatives and sports and recreation, so that we fix the system. I thank you.
Number one. Thank you.
Yo, thank you. Sanbonani, Nijani, Nyapila. It's a pity Ubabnawa has left because mine is actually directed to him. Oh, now, thank you very much. My name is Gregory Mkabela, Mkhalala Pinville, and I also represent Personal Lifeguard Services. Mine is very easy. HOT spoke about access. I train lifeguards, and I employ lifeguards. Right now, there's a swimming pool here. We can't get access to it. Last year, we got funding from NYDA to train 10 lifeguards. Those 10 lifeguards, they were trained, they were employed. We made sure that they get employment. Right now, I'm asking to the HOD and everyone, we want to train, the department, we want to train 20, starting from the 1st of August. Please make sure that you fund those people. Right now, I can't take people from Soweto to Linden, because in the whole of Johannesburg, Linden is the only working heated pool. The whole of Johannesburg. This was supposed to be a heated pool. We can't use it. Since it was built, it never got heated. Right now, you're talking about school games. Yes, in those school games, do we have swimming? Right now, you said you've got an LSA project, Learn to Swim. I would like to know who's responsible of that, so that maybe some of our lifeguards can be employed. Because most of our lifeguards are only employed during Saturday and Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they should be able to come to schools, identify kids, come and teach them how to swim. And lastly, we spoke about development. I think 750,000 is too small. It's too small, 750,000. Right? For instance, you're training kids to swim. They need a shower cap. They need a Speedo. They need goggles. I mean, with 750,000, honestly, can we do with that? No, we can't. And lastly, I would like to thank, right now I've got a team called Trident, which is in Randbeck. They want to adopt us to be Trident Soweto. So for them to be able to do so, we need access to the pool. People are gatekeeping pools. We can't have access to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number two.
Sanbonani. All protocol observed. Thandugun Bulisa. I won't be long because most of the things abantu sebazishilo. So igama lami mina ngophumzile kakubheka. Ngiphuma Ward 15 experience nawani. And sirana NPO a community rise uthando. In the NPO, sinama skills development. We have abantu abadila nge-substance abuse. Sinama persons with disabilities. So I've listened to a presentation kababu Ndlovu and saw ukuthi there is a budget for e-coding. And one of the things that we are doing is coding. We're teaching abantwana how to code. And we've realized ukuthi in these government schools, computer labs were installed. So there's computers that are not being used since 2018. So saya si organization ekolweni we sathola ukuthi lawo ma labs lawo sebawathene into ama storerooms. So since budget ikhona siyazicelela ukuthi si organization we've got youth esdila nayo manje baya facilitator bama ICT facilitators, but we don't have funds and budget is there. That's all we're asking for. Ukuthi government is meet halfway. As we speak, I think last month we had an intake for ENYS.
We're supposed to take 30 youth. We're sitting with 250 CVs there. So programs are there. Nomek from GFC, you've spoke about filming and stuff. We do have persons with disabilities, and we did write a proposal. Like we've made a proposal for them, ukuthi part ye film industry, because they are always neglected. So I'm not sure ukuthi iphelele, but I know ukuthi it was sent, but we don't mind to send it again. So we ask you guys ukuthi come and meet organizations halfway. You spoke about e-compliance. We are a PBO. We do comply. Noma inzima. We do comply. But we don't get access to you guys. We don't get funding from the department. Siyawabhala ma proposal, we send them. Kona manje sizile nabo bakhona la. It's because they've placed hope yabo kithi. So we are pleading with you to meet us halfway. Facilities are there. Fortunate enough in our area, our facilities are corner and we can use them. We just want funding and people who will assist us in giving hope to EU theatre. Even the ones laba abaguma substance, we do have a substance department in the center, and then they go for rehabilitation. So we're trying to make exit strategies for them. Guti, after rehab, what's next? So these skills developments that we are trying to bring in the communities, they need funding. Please, we are asking you to assist us. We are here for you, so Nani, come to the party. Nisnedeni. I thank you.
Sanbonani nonke, Honorable Chairperson, officials, and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Standing here, it's Lebangwana, the Deputy President of Soweto Parliament. As I stand here, I speak for Soweto. Parliament. Before I start, I would just like to say that I want to avoid repetition, but I want to thank the two speakers and say what you said speaks for all of us, and it hit to the heart. Having said that, I want to start at your high-level discussion and then come down to what we want as a people. All right. I speak today on behalf of the people of Soweto. We welcome your presentation, but we must ground this discussion in relativity to move forward constructively. The Soweto Parliament offers our full cooperation in partnership to resolve the following urgent matters. The legacy of sacrifice. Nelson Mandela once reminded the world that in 1986, nations boycotted the Commonwealth Games to stand in solidarity with oppressed South Africans. He called it a sacrifice of the highest order by athletes who gave up their dreams for our freedom. How are we honoring that sacrifice today by letting our historic facilities crumble? I ask you and say that we don't want to get to a point where we make sports to die in our society just to show you that it's a necessary, I would say, a necessary vein that keeps the heartbeat of society. Secondly, it's accountability and past plans. So before we continue with your today's presentation, what was your previous plan for the previous year? And what did you achieve on those things, and what was left behind? And what is your action plan on those things that were left behind? So if the department can please make sure that they give us that. And also, the next one is the very same presentation that was presented. It must be made public. As a portfolio committee, I urge you to say that, where is your monitoring and evaluation department? When last did they look at your websites of these departments? Because they are all outdated. They are giving things from 2021 and 2022. When you want their latest financial year end statement, it's very hard to find, unless you go to the provincial and everything. But in their COJ ones, they are not there. So where is your monitoring and evaluation team? You know, in light of that, I also want to say that it has came to our attention as Parliament that There is a lot of favoritism that is being done by your sports officers at local level. They are the ones who decides which teams, which organizations gets funding, or they direct the city of Johannesburg to go deal with those particular ones, and others are left outside. That kind of favoritism by your sports officers must come to an end. And also it has been recorded that most sports officers are not from those particular communities. They don't understand the dynamics of those communities. They come from outside provinces and they come here and they don't understand the problems, so they cannot deal with them effectively and efficiently. So can that also be addressed? The next item will be that our facility management and biases. Our facilities are not maintained at all. We need to do better. Our facilities are not to the standards of what we see in Region F. And we are all Central Corridor. Why are they getting more attention than us? You know, looking at this, when I'm saying this, I'm going back to what the Minister of Sports have said. 2028 is around the corner. I want to ask the department to answer and say, how many athletes, when I say athletes, I mean from every sporting code, have you produced to be able to come out of Soweto to go and compete in the Olympics, as guided by what the minister has said? He said he wants athletes from townships to go and compete. Can you give us the stats of how many have you made and how many have you trained and made sure that they qualify to go up there from these townships? You know? And when we come to the last part of filming and all of that, most of our creatives, they've fallen into substance abuse. And when NPOs are helping them to get out of that, and we come to you guys and want funding to help them tell their stories through documentaries and stories, there's too much red tape. Can this bureaucracy fall? The Minister of Small Business Development have launched the red tape reduction from their small business department. Why can't that be done here? Can we get the red tape to fall? Okay. So in conclusion, I urge the department to step down from their high-stake, abstract discussion. Bring yourselves to the level of our people. We are ready to collaborate, but we need a department that relates to the actual conditions on the ground. You know, so why I said I wanted to start there first before I come to where we are, is because of I look at what is happening in sports in general. As a country, we look at soccer and we put it there. And soccer is not the only sport. There is a lot that is happening, and we need to look at other places that we can use as financial spin-offs and make them heritage sites. I'm looking at places like Arthur Ashe. I'm looking at places like Elka Stadium. Elka Stadium is one of the sports facilities that's hosted the first Africa Games. It hosted the, the Globetrotters, the Orlando Magics, you name it. It's got heritage, it's got history, it's got everything. The first cycling that was done from Potchefstroom to Soweto, and it was ending at Elka Stadium. Sir Elka donated that stadium for it to be utilized for such. Athletics was there, softball was there. But what is happening today? That place, it's a white elephant. You know? There is no tournament, nothing being held at that particular facility. It's not being well maintained. And it's even on the world map. When you are calling Soweto, you will see it will give you Elka Stadium and the Soweto Cricket Oval. But we are not doing justice to it. But not only that, we need to do it to all facilities. There mustn't be favoritism of facilities, because we are all equal from each and every ward that we have. So having said that, I ask you, Chair, I ask you, Portfolio Committee, can we have your reporting telling us what have you done? Give us your monitoring and evaluation that what happened to the budget that you gave them, what have they done, and they must give you what they have done and what did they achieve. And all of those documents must be made public to us, because it's for us. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President.
Dumelang. Okay, dumelang le kae? Beng. Ka lebitso ke nna Thato. I'm an athletics South Africa accredited coach. And I've worked with schools and I'm also a Johannesburg West District coach. So here I want to ask you, what are the requirements of implementing a sporting event that caters for various sporting codes? Namely cricket, athletics, volleyball, softball and baseball, rugby, skating, cycling, etc. And secondly, I would like you guys to implement a sports recovery program. I'm here with Coach Kabelo. He's a sports massage. Yeah, sports massage. He did sports massage in school. And what's the sports management? So what we do with our athletes is that after an intense training session, for them to actually have less injuries, we have them get a massage so that their muscles can be better for the next practice session or for their competitions. So we'd like you guys to actually implement such a program so that it can be used for other sporting codes, not just for athletics, but for all these sporting codes. And then, because of now, there are other coaches that do ice bathing. And with ice bathing, it has to be doctor prescribed. It's not something you can just do on your own as an athlete. There are certain, minutes. If, for example, myself and Coach Kabelo are competing and then now we don't want to do ice bathing, the doctor can say, I need to be there for like 3 minutes, but he needs to be there for like 10 minutes. So that's different. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is that the implementation of various sporting codes in our township schools. Yeah, our schools are mainly focused on soccer, netball, athletics, they all do it, but they don't understand it. Right, so this year we had 12 athletes for the track and field. We coached 12 athletes that made it to national level. So we are not the only coaches, there's plenty of us and we are all accredited, so we would like you guys to actually look upon that. And lastly, to motivate township schools to let matriculants participate in sporting codes. Not for them to be only focused on the academics. Because now, here's the thing, a kid has talent for a specific sporting code, and he or she doesn't participate during her matric year, which turns out for her to actually, to omit or forfeit a bursary scholarship. A varsity scholarship, I meant to say. So it happened with various athletes before. So can you please try to adjust to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Sure.
Good day, everyone. I hope everyone is good. My name is Lawrence Rabushaka, Kitswakile Gomletsani, Cohort 21. First and foremost, I'd like to greet the honorable members and the community at large. My first point is that the committee has failed us as citizens of this province. And this is according to your annual performance plans. You guys have failed us because you failed to constantly monitor and evaluate what's been happening according here. And I think if I can ask each and every one of you how many sports facilities we have, you guys wouldn't even answer us. Soweto has 7 swimming pools. Imagine that, the whole of Soweto, 7 swimming pools. This. We have 15 pathats, and then we have over 250 sports grounds, the ones that don't have grass. Yes, and then we have 6 sports complexes. Yes, and only 2 of those sports complexes have gotten either a sponsored upgrade. Yes, they've been a sponsored upgrade, which was Fiat and Nike. Mletsani Sports Complex has been there for over 25 years. It has never received an upgrade. And I've also sent a department an inspection report, which I forwarded, I think it was last year. I sent it last year, and I since never gotten a response. You guys have failed us, the committee has failed us because you failed to integrate the district development model. I'm saying this because you guys always point at the city of Joburg. You guys are supposed to create a conducive environment for us. You are the lawmakers, not COJ. COJ abides to those. So you guys have given COJ power in terms of the federation. The Joburg Sports Federation is being run as a private institution. The Gauteng Sports Federation is being run as a private institution because whenever there are provincial tournaments, only legacy schools are being invited. Other schools no longer participate and no longer utilize the budget that is being allocated by the Department of Education. And also, what I also suggest the committee does is that you guys need to call an indaba. An indaba meaning that it must be a week-long indaba. You must invite creatives for art. You must invite sports persons for sports and for sports. And then you must invite NPOs as well, so that you can formulate a single working relationship. This must be a yearly thing. It must be a yearly thing. And you're also failing us because some of us follow your white papers and read your white papers. You guys don't have a year plan on the website. The Department of Sports and Recreation does not have a year plan. You don't have a sporting calendar. We don't know where to go and watch boxing matches of young children. We don't know where to follow netball programs. We don't know where to follow tennis programs. And you are failing us. And according to the National Sport and Recreation Plan, you guys know that you are supposed to do that. Please do that. I thank you. Before I leave, one more thing. Yes, I'm sorry to say this. Okay, I think most of the people have spoken. Thank you very much.
Bengitsesiqedile ngezandla mara ibakushayela unelakhi sikushayeleka yithi.
Sanibonani nonke. Ngizoba mfishane nje nge-height yami. I think abanye sebeshilo okuningi ekade ngifisa ukusho. Into nje ekade ngithe ngizocela kuyona, I think ubhuti uyidlulisile yokuqala ukuthi next time when you call us here, can we have at least a leaflet of whatever presentation that you have to make, because it was hard to keep up with slide laphayana kwi-screen. And then okunye futhi ngizokhulumela nje specifically emndeni lapho engibuya khona. Emndeni asina wolo, emndeni asina clubhouse, emndeni asina art center. Siyacela ukuthi sicela nje uku-accommodate when it comes to izinto ze-sports, arts and culture, because we feel a bit left out. Sinabantwana abathanda ukudansa kakhulu, and they don't even have facilities to do those things. Namanje mawungaya kithi I'm sure kugcwele. Abantwana bayadansa benze zonke lezinto lezo, and it's not a space big enough to do izinto zabo abafisa ukuzenza. So siyacela ukuthi nathi nje nikeni prioritize, because we feel like it deep Soweto ayibhekwa nokubhekwa ngathi asisafakwa ndawo kwabona. And then also into ade ngithi ngifuna ukuyicela nitheni ngama overseers angithi. So as overseers, I think what you should go back and check ukuthi are the departments doing izinto. Ngizwe usiso qeda ukudlula ethi kumele kube documented. I think ukuthi kumele no checka into ukuthi yenzeka ngempela, not something documented, because ngabhala ngithi I'm doing this and that while I'm not doing it. So sicela ukuthi as overseers go and check ukuthi ngempela lezi zinto ama department athi ayazenza ngempela na, siyacela. And then enye into ngisase lapho ama leaders are service providers. Sicela ukuthi ama leaders ayekuhlala ngale behind. They must come and service us as abantu bazi ukuthi kwenzakalani around them. And then enye into futhi ekade ngithi ngifuna ukuyisho, we have ilona chess that has been introduced to abantwana bethu esikoleni, ne? And abantwana bethu, they are enjoying it and it's stimulating them. So I noticed ukuthi this year I'm part of a school governing body. This year there was no competition chess, and I don't know ukuthi kwenzakalani. Kusho ukuthi siyaphambili siphinde sibuyele emuva. Siyacela ukuthi sicela ukungayiphambili siphinde sibuyele emuva, masiyaphambili asiyeni phambili. And then and also ayingabi sesikoleni kuphela chess. Let us try ukuthi involve also a community when it comes to such, because these things ziyabasiza abantwana bethu kakhulu. Enye into futhi I think about okay, all right. Okay, I had we presentation kuthiwa kunemali that is budgeted for ama winter games. So we would like to know ukuthi where are those winter games happening so that our kids can participate. Njengoba ngisho namanje abantwana they are ugly around right now. Zivaliwe ikolo. So where do they go? Where are those winter games taking place so that we can take our kids so that they can participate? And then into yokugcina ke into kade ngicela ngishilo ukuthi ngicela nje ukuthi nisenzeleni ama art facilities so that abantwana bethu bezokwazi ukudance. Lastly, kunosisi la ongilethela engize naye. Uthanda ukufilm sinokumbona like now and then kwezinye izinto. Ukhalele last time ngokuthi every time makumele asebenzise istudio kumele ahamba Snake Park. Sicela ama facilities nathi around sicela ama facilities nathi around us ukuthi siye kulona ukuthi kumele uthathe i-transport uye Snake Park. Snake Park sikude from Emdeni. Sicela nje ukuthi senze lama facilities so that we can do our things as a sports, arts and culture. Ngiyabonga.
Sanibonani. Igama uAta wakwaNcube ngivela from iSoweto Sport Confederation. Bengithi nje it's not all the time umuntu aphathe i-mic, so ngicela nje ukusebenzisa i-opportunity le in front of this beautiful community. Ngithi all protocol observed. Ngicela nje ukukhuluma ngale ndaba ye-alignment of federations, because part of our mandate is to establish ama federations at regional level. We have a challenge when it comes to alignment yama federations. Ngizokwenza example in regard to athletics. When there was an issue regarding Soweto Marathon, we tried and established a federation in Soweto in the form of Soweto Athletics Committee. But because of the demarcations not aligning, the Central Gauteng didn't want us to have that federations because they say it does not talk to their constitution, it does not talk to how they are structured. And yet they're supposed to align politically in terms of how they operate. So we are requesting that you check into that so that we don't get to have AMA bottlenecks when it comes to us doing our mandate in terms of establishing AMA federations on the ground. The other issue is that we have a challenge when it comes to AMA facility access in the form of us as a structure. We have made a proposal before. We are reiterating that proposal again to say, Orlando Stadium, it has a historical connection nati. We have proposed that we want the Orlando Stadium to also serve as a sport hub, just like the Johannesburg Stadium, because abantu bethu lana are not capacitated kuma federations, and when there are activities as enzakala ku Johannesburg Stadium, they are unable to an economic hub. We've got facilities, and the Lama stadiums are managed by stadium management, which always ask imali esinganazo thina. So we are requesting as Soweto Sport Confederation to say we want the Orlando Stadium to be used as a sport hub for Sowetans, so that AMA federations can go there and get the access when nikhulumeng capacity training. We want that capacity training to be happening laphayana, so that every federation get to be assisted in terms of whatever they need, that because they don't even have facilities where they can operate from. Basebenza like emabhutini weimoto zabo. So once we have a sport hub, then they can be able to have ease of access and be assisted with that particular sport hub. The other issue is school sport. School sports is seasonal. So I've been engaging in the school sport department regarding alignment yama federations nekolo. For example, February is athletics season. We know ukuthi bafuna abantwana ba participate in many sporting codes ezikolweni. But now the talent that is being lost iningi, because once they start ending that season bazophinde badlale futhi next year, and that talent iyalahleka. So we want to align our federations neikolo, so that bakhona uku-identify labantwana laba as and when they participate in this activity, so that baba absorb after school program, so that talent can be nurtured. And lastly, I requested a stakeholders meeting. I wrote to the portfolio committee requesting all the councillors, Department of Sport and Recreation, as well as the City of Johannesburg, to have a sitting so that we speak in one voice, because federations go there and they don't get assisted most of the time. But once we can have our own at regional level, that stakeholder engagement, and then we get to understand how each department operates, it becomes easier for us, Mas Puma, and engage with our federation to say, this is the direction that we are taking, because we are mandated as well to ensure coordination, to ensure representation and development like Soweto. Thank you.
Sanbanani, igama lami Nokuthula Shabalala ngibuya Ward 135 Protea Glen. Siyabonga presentation sizwile. I only have one concern and one question, actually two. My question was, when we were going through a presentation, was how nizofika nini Protea Glen? When is the department coming to Protea Glen? Because Protea Glen has no sports facilities. Protea Glen has nothing at all when it comes to sports and recreation. And the question that I wanted to ask was, how does the department identify which areas need development or which areas need these facilities? Because as we're going through the presentation, there's a lot that is going on, and as a community member of Protea Glen, we are not aware of that. So how does the department pass over that information to the community, and how do you identify which areas need development and which areas need these resources? Because the Protea Glen has no sports facility at all. And I'm hearing even on the presentation that there are schools that are involved in some of these programs, and none of the schools at Protea Glen are involved. So it was a big concern as a community of Ward 135 that we don't have this information. So my question was, how is the department relating to the relate information to the community, and how are you distributing the resources and all the funding and everything to the wards themselves? And then I just wanted to ask as well that, if possible, can it not only be a once-a-year thing that we come through and get a presentation that it's written on paper, but can the department avail themselves to the community, be in touch with the community, go into the communities and actually see what is going on the ground level? Because there's a lot that's going on there, and we are incapable of reaching to the department. As umama bekasho ukuthi amafoni awabanjwa. So can each department avail themselves to the community so that they can be the ears of knowing what's going on the ground level? Thank you.
Dumelam Chaba Soweto.
My name is David Mokgotsi. I'm from the Soweto Games Foundation. Soweto Games Foundation, the mandate is very clear. It's to revive sport and capacity building in Soweto. The community have spoken to say, we are giving you a mandate, as I said, to revive sport. That is the community of Soweto. As I'm speaking to you now, Putokhoya Mudimu, we have what we call Soweto Games now. They have commenced from 27th of June up until 18th of June. I've done all that needed to be done in relation to the department to assist. But I'm shocked today, including the legislature, to see their poster that says our mandate is lawmaking, oversight, public participation, corporate governance. I can tell you all those things is just a total lie. I can tell you now because I've been engaging with the legislature, including the Department of Sports and Recreation. As I said that we have commenced with the games, I've engaged with the Department of Sport. On the 12th of May, I emailed the MEC regarding the proposal that we have for the department to come in part to help us to execute this Soweto Games that is currently happening. The MEC's office never responded to my email. The following day, I did a follow-up. Still, to such an extent, I said, the fourth day, I sent an email to the PA of MEC to say, Karabo Mohapi, if you are not going to respond this time, I'm going to take action against you. Still, I got no response. Then what I did, I went to the legislature. I called the legislature office of the speaker to intervene because now I'm not getting joy from the office of the MEC. What happened is that I gave them all the information, all the proposals that indicates that we are a serious organization. We are not just a mockery organization of kham-khams. We are a serious organization. They contacted the Department of Sports and Recreation. They communicated my challenges that I'm facing with them. Still, no response from the Department of Sports and Recreation. No response. I then went to the office of the Premier to go and complain. Again, they were given the information, my proposals, all the information that is needed for these games. Still, no response. That is the Department of Sports and Recreation for you. Then lastly, I went back. Then it so happened that MEC was going to attend a mass meeting in Soweto last week at Orlando Communal Hall. It so happened I got there. When I got there, I managed to corner the MEC to say, MEC, I've been communicating with your office. I've not been getting joy. Then we had a little bit of argument, me and myself and the MEC. But we ended up reaching a consensus to say, Mr. Mokgotsi, we will be able to assist you. How can we assist you? I was able to give him the amount that is needed for these games. He said, no, we don't have that amount, but definitely we can assist. There's a gentleman by the name of Fanny Mukwena. He was called to say, please come and assist Mr. Mokgotsi. When I engaged with Fanny Mukwena, we exchanged numbers. Fanny Mukwena says to me, I must cater for you, I must check my diet. My man, you're not helping. We are starting in 2 days' time. He says, no. I said, no, man. You are not helping because now I need assistance with immediate effect. He refused. That was Wednesday. On Thursday, I WhatsApped Fanny Mukwena to say, Fanny Mukwena, can you help assist as been given an instruction by the MEC to assist in relation to funding and assistance. Fanny Mukwena responded lately to say they are not obliged to assist me. They are not obliged to assist me. Yeah, that's Department of... So I responded to say, so you are defiling. You are defiling. I called him the following day. I said, Ntate Mukwena, so I'm not happy about your response. It means you are defiling what the MEC has said. Then he said to me, MEC said, I must guide you to assist. I said, don't put words in my mouth. The MEC said, you must assist me. Then he said to me, if I'm not satisfied, I can run. I said, it's fine. Then what happened? I WhatsApp him on Monday, this Monday, Then Fanny Mukwena said to me, I WhatsApped him to say, Ndate Mukwena, hope that you are well. The game has commenced. I'm responding on what we spoke about on Friday. You have defiled what the MEC said. You are defiling the instruction. So he said to me, the response was very disturbing. Not even to say acknowledge or what. No, the high level of arrogancy, which I don't care about it. You get the point. I don't care in any form. I don't care in any way. Because that is the attitude of the officials. And I'm saying it again. I don't care in any. Now, Fanny Mukwena said to me, no, just escalate your complaint. Please. Just to dismiss me. I said, it's fine. What happened? I went to the office of the Premier on Wednesday. It so happened that when I got there, fortunately, it so happened I bumped on the PA of the MEC. I said, I think I know you, the lady. And then I explained my case. Then this lady said to me, no, the department can assist you again. Then she gave a call to the office of the HOD to say, please attend to the matter of Mr. Mokhotsi in regarding to Soweto Games Foundation. I went there. From the office of the Premier, I went there to the Department of Sports and Recreation to go and meet Ndate Mpo. When I got there, I explained myself. I explained who we are. Again. Then we had a little bit of exchange of words, which was not nice. I'm telling you guys, I'm very disappointed that this is the government that you are dealing with. I'm so shocked today that talking all these nice words, all this to say I've got access and all that, which for me is a fake presentation that was made. Now, after the exchange, I said to Ndate Mokwena, because
thank you.
I said to Ndate Mokwena, we need an assistance. The MEC said you need to assist. He said to me, no. The buck stops with me. Even the MEC can say, can give you, can say, can indicate that you must be assistant. There are protocols to follow. I said, Bona, I've done all those protocols. I went to the funding aid. They said to me, your kind of request needs it's a special request that must be attended by the MEC. Still, he refused. He refused to assist Mr. Mr. Mpo. He refused to assist. I ended up saying to him, so you are refusing to give help to a black child. He says, that was funny. That was Ndate Mpo. That's what he said to me. Then, yesterday, I got an opportunity. To go to legislature. There was another forum at legislature giving financial report. I got there, I presented myself, who we are. I represented my case again, with the hope that I will get help. Guess what? There was no help. Actually, I'm shocked that the chair is, left. She was one of the problem yesterday. Instead of addressing the issue, she became one of the problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the government that you have chosen that is continually failing us. There's nothing, what the presentation they gave us was just fake. This is just part of the states. Unfortunately, we are part of the states. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions, comments, and border session. By the way, these kind of meetings, we expect people to border. So don't think ukuthi awuthulani namhlanje, hey, ngijwayele, ngishaya so everywhere I go. So it's part of me, it's part of our work. We must come to people, listen to their grievances. If their grievances zisenza ukuthi squad esivevezela amadolo, then we are in the wrong space. So we expect bashing, whether it's building or destroying, it's part of what we must do. We must come here, listen to you, and take that as building. It can only make us better people when we take it positively. So we take everything positive. But before I start speaking, there are two people who came with discipline and requested me that they arrived late. I said, if they touch on your issues, I won't give you an opportunity. But if no one speaks about boxing and other things, then I'll give you an opportunity. So I'm requesting that I give them 2 minutes each. Boxing, and then ngiphu sisimesi na 2 minutes yakhe. Ngisho sisimesi na ufuna ukubhodla, ngiyanicela bakwethu. Ngiyanicela bengimele ngabe wo mane azwaneni. Benginicela ama 3 minutes nikhuluma ama 10 15 nonke. Akekho ngumstopile. So you can't ningilwiseli 4 minutes. So ngiyayicela, and then after that I'm going to give an hour to the department to respond. Sure.
Ngithanda ukubingelela bahlali nane baphathi ngegama ngu Steven Msimanga ngivela eOrlando East, ngikhulela khona ngikukela khona futhi. Kanti ke lana ngize ngenxa yeboxing. Iboxing vele ngikhula nayo, solo ngazalwa ngilonge boxing, ngaboxa up until ngaba South African champion, and then ngalweli world title, and then after then ngaba umuntu oba coach, boxing coach. Angisaboxing manje. That engizothanda ukusho lana ngizothanda ukunibonga nonke lana ukuthi niba ningi kanje inkulu indima enidlalayo emphakathini. Ngoba nginesho umunye nomunye wenu ebantwaneni bakhuja mhlambe nabo 2030 umuntu oyi1 uyakwazi ukuthi ushintshe abantwana abangaphezulu kwa20 uloko uyi1. Right, ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngibonge nani ugovernment ukuthi abe lana azozwa izikhalo zethu. Okay ke mase sikhuluma ke ngeboxing, njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngikhulela kwiboxing eOrlando East, besinehholo kuthiwa iYMCA, besijimela khona kulelo hholo lelo. Okay ke 1986 makuza ama riots ngoba kuphela kwendawo. Kodwa ke iboxing yona ayizange iziphela, ezingisaphila namanje. Ngayiqhuba iboxing up until ngaze ngayijimisela ekhaya. Namanje ekhaya ngisaqhuba yona iboxing since from 2011. Ngikhulisa abantwana ngibasisa from 10 years up to until baze baba professional. Kumanje nginama professional about 6 yawo. Sikhuluma nje 2 yawo. Omunye ulwele African title WBA. Omunye ulwele South African title. Labantwana bajimela estradeni. Sinalo ihholo eYMCA la isikhulela khona, lihlezi ihholo livaliwe. Kade nami ngizama ukucela ngiya kumasipala ngibacela ngehholo ngithi ongenani noma ningangilisela lona ngalibhadala in order ukuthi umphakathi wethu ukwazi ukuthi uqhubekele phambili. Kepha well ngafeyila, angizange ize ngiphumelele. Kodwa le nto leyo ayizange ize ngikhiphe kule nto engiyifunayo. Ngayivula igymnasium ekhaya, yaqhubeka manje isaqhubeka nangempela. Okunye bengithanda ukusho into yenza ukuthi ngihlale kule boxing. Kwathi ngo99 mangiqeda kulwela iworld title, ekseni kwangena ifoni ivela from ku former president uNelson Mandela. Athi kimi Msimanga, yazi uyenze iSouth Africa proud kwamanye amazwe. Angilelanga ubusuku bonke ngokubhekelele. Qhubeka ngalomsebenzi oyenzayo. And ukhuluma kanje I was about to retire. Bengisengiretire vele. ngathi anyway lamagama katata angihlala phakathi lento ayikhuluma angitshele yona imessage ebekayisenda ukuthi no ushiya umuntu ozovula indlela zabantwana lento le yangihlala kumanje ngenza wona lo msebenzi lowo ngiyabatraina abantwana out of isikhwama sami bengizocela ukubonga ukuthi uhulumeni abantu abanjengalabo ama coach ngicela ukuthi labantu bathathe serious yibo abantu abasikhulisela abantwana ususa umntwana from umntwana ana 10 years up until umntwana azabe iprofessional lokho ngakufakaza ngoba nami ngakhuliswa ubaba owangaphandle kuyicoach yami up until ngaze ngakhula kumanje angizange ngize ngisebenze umlungu namanje ngisasebenza iboxing nginabantwana ngishadile ngikhuli kusho ukuthi ngina yonke into ngenxa yayo iboxing ezikuyisifiso sami ukuthi ngibone abanye abantwana nabo bafana nami engizothanda ukusho ukuthi njoba ni kusport kanje kula ifreedom uzoyithola khona mozomkhulisa kahle umntwana kusport angeke uthole umntwana asejele angeke uthole umntwana asesibhedlela angeke ubone kungena ama problems endlini umntwana ukhula kahle ngani ngesport even life yakhe uyakwazi mangithi ukuyirana endlini uma ngabe ukhulise ngaphansi kwaso isport ngiyacela government ukuthi ama coach wathatheni serious asithathwa serious thina as ama coach and sawuyenza umsebenzi and akunamntwana esimbhadalisayo mina bonke abantwana engibakhulisile akeke umntwana engimbhadalisayo kwami ngibhadala irent ngibhadala ugesi ngiyabathengela ukudla labantwana yonke into ngiyayenza kubo labantwana and imphumelelo yelo msebenzi engiyenzayo uyabonakala kumanje la eSouth Africa elokhuza eGauteng asinayo champion mayite Soweto akekho umuntu ofaka ibhandi anymore umuntu uyiboxer sagcina ngoba udingani thobela nangami kodwa ngizitshela ukuthi lento ngizoyiguqula ezi utata eshila ukuthi engicelile ukuthi ufuna ngenze iSouth Africa ibe proud ngizoba yenza abanye abantwana vele kube ama champion bayenze iSouth Africa ibe proud well bengizocela ukuthi ningiphusheni ningincediseni uyathola and angazi ngize ngilithole uncedo well uma ngabe mhlambe angilitholi uncedo isifiso Samson angeke size sishabalale ngizoqhubeka nalento ngizoyitshintsha iSouth Africa izoshintsha yena nizozithola izitala lokho ngiyanithembisa mphakathi asibonge
Sanbonani. Thank you. My name is Mercy Pakela. I'm one of the 80s legends. It's not your size. All protocols observed. Bagithi ngiyabonga Nkokeli. Mina nje isicelo sami ukuthi government wethu the legislature and the portfolio should revisit the framework of our policies. And there is a policy that talks to my era and to myself and my legends. The policy that talks about redressing the injustices of the past. And as artists of the 80s, we've got a very rich history that needs to be documented. We've got, we can create jobs for most of the artists. I mean the authors and the script writers, we can create jobs with our historical background that has never been documented. So, and there's one space that is neglected and that I wish our government can look at. There is a downtown studio. Downtown studio consists of our historical background in the music industry. there is also a monument, which is a Tokay House. Tokay House is dilapidated, and I think that it has a very rich history of all the great artists, even Labo Mama Ababese exile. History yabo, it's there. That place cannot just die. As Africans, our history is so rich and diverse. Please let us not let Americans and the digital space write our history, because we are not developing. We are not developing the economy of our country. Americans make money out of us. Can this stop? I love you so much. Thank you, leaders.
Thank you very much, Sis Messi. Colleagues, as I said, I'm going to give the department to respond. But I will not have done justice if I don't speak to issues that are raised that speaks to the portfolio committee. And one, I want to start by apologizing ngendaba yeheater. It's a serious apology. Sometimes asinaki lezinto, so we think everybody is home. Na mangifika ngikhale ngekhaza, soon manganginaka bese ngihleli kahle ngoba la emva kwami kuna something, but I didn't realize that the house was suffering. Apologies on that. Secondly, I want to apologize on the issue of time. I don't know how it happens that some of you were told to come here at 9. I really don't know. All our engagements, mostly at the legislature, they begin at 10. So I would have arrived here at 9:45, and the chair, when she opened the meeting, she would have said that we were supposed to start at 10 and we're starting at 5:30. I'm also apologizing for that. If there are those people who came early, it's not correct, indeed. You can't call people and then they arrive, you are not there, and when you arrive there, you start late. It's like we are disrespecting those that have attended the engagement itself, and on those two things. Another one, there was an issue raised. Someone says you meet in Sandton in I think Ekon, and then Tina Nisbiza la Soweto. It's a myth, that thing. We must never believe such things. The portfolio committee meets everywhere. Like today, as we are seated here, it's a meeting of the portfolio committee that has decided to call its stakeholders for a feedback session. So it's not true that we meet in Sandton. But even when we meet in Sandton, those that have partaken to the programs that the legislature does, we take people and ferry them to Sandton. So it must not be as if it is very wrong. Otherwise, we would have called this meeting also in Sandton. And people of Soweto would have said, so it's very wrong, that thing. We don't meet in Sandton. We actually meet in legislature. Where the legislature is not available, we go nearer to where the people are. And today we are here because we are targeting to visit Soweto. That is why we are in this hall. So that's number one. Number two, somebody said, Asbonakali njalo, it's been a year that we have called this meeting. That is also not true. This meeting, they sit on quarterly basis. Obviously, Gauteng is too big. We might not have seen you in the last quarter when we were in the Val. We might not have seen you in the previous quarter when we were in Tshwane. But to say it's a year, it's wrong, because I think we were in Joburg late last year, somewhere in El Dorado Park or something. So it's not a year. It can't be a year that we have not visited Joburg. I think towards November or something, we're in Eldos. And that person was there who says it's a year. He was part of that meeting. So it's not a year that that meeting is set. It's about 9 months. But, no, I'm responding. So it's not true. That's number one. It's also not true that we don't come every time. We do quarterly feedback sessions. We are guided by the program. It's just we take it to different areas because we can't do one area. Another issue is the budget. The budget of the department has not grown for over a decade. I can safely say now that all parties are agreeing, right, Member Siddiq, that the budget of the department is too small for the work that the department must do. You can't achieve social cohesion with the list of the budgets. You know, in government, when you compare the budget of sports, it's almost as equal as budget of legislature, and it doesn't make sense to us. Because these ones are implemented. Honorable to the meeting, you know, issues that you have raised here, they want 10 billion. No, I'm serious. On an annual basis. Fixing of grounds, promoting talent. You know what is the meaning of promoting talent? It's very broad. It's very broad. In a meeting yesterday, the HOD was raising an issue, and we were saying there are individuals who come to the department and saying, you win a competition, but I can't afford to go to chairman. That government does not have any budget for such things. What is it that can we do to change such things? Because that talent that goes to chairman, it goes to represent Gauteng, and it goes to represent South Africa. The department told us that they will try and create a fund so that we are able to deal with those things. Because it becomes painful when someone says, KZN, because I don't have money to go there. Last year, they will know about pride. They were raising issues with Babalalise, Duzen Amapela, and they were going to run to represent the province. So the government has promised us that they are going to create a fund for that, so that those kind of people, at least they are taken care of. But I want just to say the departmental budget is very small. In terms of the executive work, it is the smallest. I think followed by the e-gov, if not, or social development, ngabo 5 billion. Marayona, it's 1 billion. And the more I pay, 1 billion, half your salary. So tina solan, tina meaning you. What is it that we are going to get the news? So we are complaining, all parties have agreed that the budget is too small. The government must start to do something and change the budget, because it does not make sense against the work that the budget must do. And then another question, or another thing that I must speak to, the operations of government. There is no municipality here, there is no national department here. We work together, but we work differently. I remember when I was on the other side, being it push scorecard, when they came to us, yeah, I didn't push a little scorecard. Nishogu Maspala at that time. Now I'm on this side. Maratinas push scorecard. We are doing monitoring and evaluation. Somebody asked about it. We are doing it. As we are here today, the government has made commitments to you in front of us. They are going to be accountable to us for every cent of money that they've announced here. I just wish that the same feedback that you are dealing with today comes into this place, so that we can show you the proof. It's just that we are moving from one area to another. So you might find that when we report, or when they are giving a report about this, we are in Orange Farm. And most of you people who are here will not be at that meeting. And it's where we are missing each other. It can't be a strategy. So you can't say it's a strategy. Strategy is a So it's how things happen. Where government comes and say, we want, today they came here, committed millions, 2 million for this, 2 million for that, 2 million for this, 2 million for that. We have that document, which, by the way, you are complaining that you don't have it, and it's going to be difficult for you to monitor it. But you registered here in the register, and our office is going to send that document to each and every one of you in the email, so that when you meet them again, you are able to ask and say, you said we were going to spend 350 here. Because, by the way, we expect you to meet government without us. Because our understanding is that you are working together. They are doing some facilitation, you are bringing the talent, and there is that togetherness of working relations. It can't be that when Tina we call you, it's as if a Nazani. Yeah. So that is what Tina we must fix. If anazani, it is our role to make sure ukuthi nize nazani. So we are going to call these meetings. I know some other people, they call themselves, these meetings are a talk show. It's unfortunate, to me it can be a talk show, mara komunye umuntu ngaba important le information because akayazi or iza lokuqala le information. And now we can take a blame as a legislature. Maybe we don't reach everybody or we don't reach as far as we are supposed to be reaching. But we believe we are touching everybody. Today we came here, 3 months we're in Val, another 3 months ago we're in Tshwane, 3 months ago back again we're in Johannesburg. So Johannesburg is the most beneficiary of this thing. They even complain in other regions because we are mostly based in Johannesburg. And we are doing monitoring and evaluation. I'm not sure if when the HOD responds, he will also speak on issues relating to consequence management. Because we sometimes call for that, that these issues need some consequence management, and I know Department of Sports, they're actually implementing the consequence management. Somebody said public visibility, we are not visible. It's not true. We are here because we are visible. That is why we are with you here. We might not, and I must say, and you may be correct when you say we are not doing oversight to everything. They all agree, like there was a swimming pool issue raised and those kind of issues. Because initially when I started, I said the department comes to us, present the APPs. So we then monitor that money. Maybe the mistake that we are making is to say, can we also check just the rest of what is happening in our communities, which we must start to do. But to say we are not visible, it's not a correct statement. Those that have been funded by the department will know. We even call you to ask, did you get a kit? Because we want to make sure that what the report that we are having is what they are saying they gave you. When they say we have given 500,000 to local clubs, we request a list. Give us a list of local clubs with their phone numbers. And we call them into meetings, those local clubs. We had a session recently with the beneficiaries. They complained about food. And I said, must I cancel food? They said no. Because they say, no, you just call us here to come and eat. I said, no, we can cancel food and discuss progressive things and leave food aside. They said, no, you can't do that to us. You must not be abusive. The Indaba will look at it. Legislature does not have enough money. The colleague was saying we must have an Indaba. At least it must be for a week. We'll look at it. Maybe we can speak to the department to get us a private sector to sponsor so that we can have an Indaba to engage. The presentation, I did speak to it, that it will be sent to you. The feedback sessions, they sit now and then. It's not something that we do once a year. We do them each and every quarter on different topics in different areas. Ntate Mokgotsi came and pointed there that and those semantics that he raised, I do not want to defend the portfolio committee. Everyone has rights in South Africa, and everyone has rights in Gauteng. As much as whatever that may have happened, and Tate Mokgotsi has reached a cul-de-sac with the department, and it seems like also he has reached the cul-de-sac with the portfolio committee itself. It's very difficult when it's like that, but I'm happy that at least he will be able to speak to the Premier and take it up into other echelons of government so that his issues are being addressed and addressed correctly. It's just that it was going to be difficult at the level of the portfolio committee to give an instruction out of an engagement between himself and the MEC. So if we are seen as maybe selling out or not working because of not taking that stand, I think is a sort that the portfolio committee is prepared to follow on, because we could not give an instruction and say to the department, do as the MEC had instructed, because it is a discussion that we do not have everything. It's only the you say, I say, he says, I say. So it becomes difficult for us. Our door is not closed. Our door is still open. We are going to try and engage again. It's very important that at the end of the day, I think it's how I spoke even at that meeting, that what is important for us is that they must find a solution that is workable for both, meaning the department and the structure or the institution that is organizing the games in Soweto. But it was going to be difficult or to give an instruction as the MEC might have given. That is why we had said maybe the MEC must come here so that he clarifies in front of people what was it that he was committing when he spoke of assistance. But for us to say, department, give Pratabo 30 rand, it's difficult for us to give such an instruction. But we are still saying our door is not closed. We believe that this issue can be engaged on, and it can find expression between both the department and the association in Soweto, and things can be workable, and the solution can be found, and everybody can be happy. Our door is still open for those kind of engagements. As I said, we are here to take any pressure. It's part of our work, and it's part of the life that we live. When we agree and say, Kilole represent a legislature, then you must also agree to take anything that comes with it. And we are doing just that. And that is how I'm going to close and give over to the department. Thank you very much.
Look, thank you very much, Chair of the committee. Baholo Kikupawre, before Araba, and not even Araba, just to comment, Kikupe all government officials. To me, I would say Central Committee, just as you can. The Central Corridor, all of you, come here. The entire Central Corridor. Okay. So all chief directors for other programs come sit on next to them. Program directors come closer. Okay. Let me start by corridor program 2, program 3. Bomme baba bedi bale. Okay, program 3. Okay. Bomme baba bedi bale. But one is the former educator. One said we can help you. How can we support you? So you will take their number and follow up with them on what can be done moving forward. They can give ideas. They can also tell you where you can change and improve the department. Can that work for you? What would you? So all the more the library and NPOs. Also, what can we do? If we only an NPO, not Etosumula, which is already on the ground teaching kids, I'm sure we can work with them. There should not be a problem. We might not necessarily say we have the bag of money, but we can do something. We can help to expose you to books. We can connect you to one or two things that we can do as government.
So also over the library. I permit it all. So, okay. Okay, so if you only team here how, when we leave the meeting, you can talk to them and see how program 3 can help. Here's the archives, here's the little library. It will tell you how many libraries do we have in the province, but it can also do what the other brother did, who gave us a stats of what is happening. So we can give that. But there's somebody who spoke about studio. Some libraries have studios that are not working. So we should make them work. The studios that are there, where we can do broadcast, maybe like our own story that we can set. And that's why Film Commission, you must help us to catch those stories. So somebody also said that, actually many of you said, when are we coming, the grassroots, somebody talk about grassroots. Where is the story from the grassroots? So let's take care of the grassroots stories. And we're able to say, how do we respond? Program 3, not 2. Let me start with 2 first. Mazilazil, okay. Mazilazil, you know, he said something about old programs we had that were effective. So let's take those to Basitsana and what's the other story? Shashalaz. Now, they might not be here, and I think the chair is correct. The problem is the budget more than any other thing. But it does not mean we can't start. So Mazilazala, if you could also follow up. And many of them said about community art centers. So let's hear what they say. And able to track it down. And as said by the chair, we might not be everywhere because the budget is small. We want to do something smaller everywhere where we are. So I've called the corridor because the corridor is in Soweto. It's in the central. So if they are not active themselves, chief director, if this your team is not pulling up, but to complain about rubber bone. So we want to say there's the brother who was talking about where are things. Now, if you don't have a government people who initiate, even though there's no money, but initiate, it helps the story to continue. But if government wait for money every time, we will come here and be told that we're useless because we don't do anything that helps people to do it, including the fields that in the year we're only provincial government and a small department for that matter. There's another city called Johannesburg. And that city must come and join our chair. We ask that when we bring when we are brought here, the city must also come here because they own the facilities. We don't own the facilities. But it's not enough. It's that we should also initiate. If people complain about the field, if we don't talk about it, who's going to talk about it? So those of you who spoke about fields, they must also give you your numbers and they report how far are we on helping certain fields that's supposed to happen. Because we can't identify talent and we just collect salary. So there must be a relationship between what we do and as I said, it might not be a big things, but the bit we can offer. If we say, for instance, that lady ordering we have a youth care and finance, but he has 20,000 for the year. There's a guy of a boxer who said, I train these kids in my house. I give them food in my house. Is it difficult for government to say, we don't have the money, but he has 10 rent? See how you survive. So we do need to think outside the box, Boniface. Just to think, to say, how do we do it without being in in the wrong side of the law. Because sometimes the brother who spoke, Mtate Mokgosi, one of the things that he feels, Naliane Ratlasha, get Lashile and Giza and Gasofi million rand or pay million, get Loizakai. And Kinchotia government, Asiaka. So, Utlaga di Pampiri ditla di rather tattoo some to something. But if Utla today and you want it tomorrow, it's not possible. So what do we want, Mokgosi? Don't respond yet. So that's the point that we want to do. So, but what the art? I would do our swimming. Yes, but was swimming. You have sorted. So if you have issue of the swimming, here are the people who must help, and let's see what we can do. There's somebody who spoke about music, Boniface. And what are you doing? Titus, why are you sitting down? So Titus must help on other activities that are important. Now, there's a young guy here who spoke about coaching. We would want to request that we meet with all the coaches of scouts.
Coaches of sport. Sport coaches.
When are we meeting them? When can we meet them?
Yes, corridor.
Corridor, can we meet them?
Yes, HOD. Yes. I'm going to speak to him now.
Okay. So he's going to arrange a meeting to meet with all the people that he will refer, coach and scouts. Coach and scouts. He'll give us a day when it's going to happen. So that is going to be covered by him. And then there was another question about alignment of federations. The federations, whether they are aligned. I think there's somebody who spoke about the geography of the federations. Is the guys of the Gauteng councillor, they have left. So that brother who spoke about federation, please, when we go out, can we meet with me? I'll arrange how we're going to deal with that question. Okay.
The gentleman from Gauteng Sports Federation, he spoke. He was wearing a istoga. Arthur Ngob, is he gone? Oh, okay. There is him. So, for alignment.
Arthur, we'll have to talk to Mickey and the president. Let's see how we can resolve that problem. Let it not be a comeback as an issue next time we meet like this. So colleagues, without going to a specific questions, may I request that before we leave as we eat, where you have an issue with a question, Chair, they conduct with the members of management and who are able to follow it up on Monday. There will be other people that I think, Chair, that should be absorbed in the department. Dr. Masond. There are young people who says, I'm doing, that guy of a coach, I think he must work for the department. Where is that young guy? This guy. That stand up, Chief. I think the guy, the passion, the young, the connection with the sports, he can be able to help the department to facilitate. We're not hiring you here. But I think you are a fit person for the department. So let's agree that we will have to converse with you, because Ha hona le batho ba ba leng gore setse ba etsa mosebetsi. Why should they suffer outside when they can come and have the work already done? So let me leave it there with the young man. I thought he's passionate, he's doing something. Let's see how best, because we do have people that are inside but they don't do the work. So let's see how we can swap those who can be able to help us. So, as we come, Film Commission, let's agree that we'll give the legislature a report on what is the outcomes of this meeting ourselves. And it's not enough, Soweto Parliament. You have the right, apart from the legislature, to come to us and say, how far are you and how do you use your money? I'm sure we can give you the report. So the meeting does not start here and end here. In between these meetings, the department is still alive. And therefore, you can still come and say, department, explain what is happening. These colleagues from the Central Corridor, we also expect them to do their own local indabas here and have conversations here so that the indaba is not only at the national level, there's also local sports indaba in where you are. I get why you come. Yeah? Yeah. Do your own sports control. Yatla. Obarela yatla. Next year. Why not this year? It's late. Okay. So, Chair, can I say we have answered them? Can we take that as an answer from here? Thank you, Chair. You can sit down.
Okay, sorry. Thanks, Chair. Just through the HOD. Batswadi, bo mmele bo ntate, ne kopa ho bua something felenyana. I think ntwe ke batlang ho itjho nna ke tla ho sports and recreation program 4 from province. Ki reporta ho ntate ya ememo ya ntsa ememo ntate nawa. So batswadi ha ntse leja kopa le re thuseng ka ntwe tjena. E mong le mong ya emeng mo ka sheko ki leader, ki community leader. E mong le mong ya emeng mo ka sheko ki community activist. Community activist. Ntwe re tlo ikopang mohlomong ho presentation ya rona re hlaisitseng ntho tseo le di hlokang le di ward ha di hlahe. Mohlomong ke nako ya hore ha le kopana le ska kopana fela ha le bitswa ke portfolio committee kapo ha le bitswa gore re atla re kopa kopanang ka dinako tsohle le shebe within your wards hore mathata a ho kae me le identify mathata ao la utlwisisa. So be able to identify where are the problems, what is happening, where are the challenges. Ibe report o hulona ha etswa e hlakile hore ha re dula fatshe re retreata re lo sheba mathata ao kae e be le re deala ka di problems tseo lona le kopanang le tsona. So let's try by all means to make sure that from the reports that you put together, those reports, they deal direct with the challenges within the wards. You identify them and then you are able to escalate them, and then the corridors, we are able to see how best we can assist. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pramiki. Thank you very much to the department. Soweto, we love you. We are stronger today because of the engagements, and I'm not going to waste time. The portfolio committee is available as and when you need it. It's based in the legislature. We have emails. I'm sure you have email Kapilile. As and when you need us to do anything, you can write to us. You can call us. Those who have our numbers, abanye bangifonela nanoma ngingasase ichairperson ukuthi hey tshela uchairperson ukuthi. So we are available to you. We only take everything you say as an advice. So don't think you are wrong, and don't think of any negativity. Just know that you are building us with whatever that you are doing, with whatever that you are saying. You are making us better people. You are even making us to be able to do a proper oversight to the department. So we are taking all this as a constructive criticism rather than anything else. And with those words, I thank you. You don't need to stand up. Those that have not received catering, the catering is coming to you. We requested that it starts being distributed because, you know, when meetings are towards the end, siyagcwala lapha emuva, and then lapha phambili sigcine ezinye izinto ezingasafikanga. And then ngalawo magama siyabonga, sizohlanganani futhi la sihlangana khona. Asi monitoreni sonke i department. Thank you very much.